for you. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all these and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get going?
Sure.
Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So Disney heiress, daughter of Roy E. Disney and granddaughter of Roy O. Disney, Abigail Disney, has been a fervent supporter and advocate for workers' rights. So the other night, January 24th, Abigail Disney expanded on her thoughts about the legacy of Disney and the current Bob Chapek era following a screening of her documentary, The American Dream and Other Fairy Tales, at Sundance Film Festival. Synonymous with joy, love, and happiness, the Walt Disney Company have aimed to deliver their magic for the past century. From Star Wars to Splash Mountain, Avengers Campus to Animal Kingdom, Disney is one of the biggest entertainment enterprises worldwide. As Disney hurtles towards its centennial, the few past years have been tarred by multiple call-outs of the Mouse House, stemmed from cast member working conditions, profits over guest experience, and the running and development of Disney brand, notably the theme parks provision of its corporation. Disney has never been exempt from criticism, but ever since the arrival of Bob Chapek as Disney CEO, following the departure of Bob Iger, guests and reportedly cast members too have been critical of the corporation. Whew. So from a Disney parks perspective, fans have seen the arrival of the controversial Disney Genie Plus system and the individual Lightning Lane selection, following the end of the free FastPass Plus system, while call-outs have been made for the overall caretaking of the parks, such as Central Florida's Walt Disney World Resort, and anger at cast member pay. Abigail Disney's documentary, The American Dream and Other Fairy Tales, examines workers at the U.S. domestic parks, Disneyland Resort, and Walt Disney World. The documentary director and philanthropist recently spoke to The Hollywood Reporter prior to her movie's debut at Sundance, and she said, in part, Bob Chapek was the guy who presided over all of the changes at Disneyland and Disney World that we're talking about in this film. Excuse me. Dynamic scheduling, a euphemism for jerking them around so that they can't get a second job and they can never make 40 hours a week and they don't qualify for health care. She continued, taking a department from 250, shaving it to 200, and expecting them to all do the same work in the same amount of time. There are a thousand ways that they've been cost-cutting, and much of it came from Bob Chapek and under his command. So I don't really have very optimistic expectations. If anything, it'll probably get worse. Now, following the premiere of her documentary, the heiress expanded on her remarks during a live Q&A. She offered her sentiments focusing on a consumer-based push to take charge of corporations that do not treat their workers well. She had said, this is an Amazon problem, and a Walmart problem, and a McDonald's problem. You do have the ultimate power, more power than any CEO, as a consumer to withhold your money from companies that are doing it wrong and spend it at companies that are doing it right. Roy O. Disney co-produced the documentary, which follows the lives of theme park workers and their journey into activism. Abigail Disney also said that the company was just as abusive and exploitive of their customers as they have been of their cast members, adding that Disney has been driving prices up to ridiculous levels and charging unbelievable amounts for hamburgers and so forth, and stripping service away. Recently, during the Disney earnings call, CFO Christine McCarthy stated that portion sizes would be reduced. The news was later supplemented by multiple sources confirming that along with the portion reduction, the price of food and drinks had been increased. So just last week, it was reported that Bob Chapek took away an incredible salary during what can only be described as one of the most troubling times in Disney park history, pandemic and all. It is not too long ago that the Walt Disney Company had laid off hundreds of workers to cope with the results of a COVID world. The report also adds that we'll hold your money from the companies that are exploiting people, she said. You don't really need to take a trip if you feel like it's not a reflection of your values. I think I think there's a natural affinity between customers and workers, and they need to make common cause together to change companies, she said. Abigail Disney is not the only one to comment on Disney's recent practices. Currently, a petition has gone viral, which obviously calls Bob Chapek to be fired as Disney's CEO. The petition was reportedly co-signed by many Disney park cast members and fans as well.
And this doesn't surprise me one little bit at all.
Nope. We've
been discussing this for months and months now.
Almost a year, really, when you think about it. You know?
Yeah. And, to find out that they're going to go even further with reducing portion sizes and increasing costs.
Well, I had known about the price increase because that we even talked about a couple of weeks ago. There was a couple of different reports of guests that had said, oh, this was like 25 cents more. This is 50 cents more. This is $1 more. But I had never heard anything about the portion sizes going down with it as well. So now it's like, why even, obviously, okay, if you really want to go, but don't spend money on food because you're going to be paying, 20% more and getting 30% less for your money.
And it's difficult to go down there and go to a Disney park and not spend money on food.
Yeah.
They make it exceedingly difficult.
Right.
But, it's good to see that Abigail Disney's still fighting that good fight.
She's still fighting the fight. Don't give them your money.
She really doesn't like Disney at this point.
And you gotta feel for somebody where, this is your family. This is your legacy.
It's your family name, and they're sullying your family name.
And we're, and I'm sure she still gets something,
Well, I'm sure she still owns a significant amount of Disney stock, and she's getting dividends from it.
Right. So to say, don't go and spend your money here, that's affecting her as well.
It's funny how it seems as though her biggest beef is with the theme parks, though. She hasn't seemed to have chimed in much as far as the other.
Well, because probably, I guess, with the movies and things like that.
Well, you look at all the stores they just shut down and all the people they put out of work. She never chimed in on that.
Yeah, she didn't. And maybe that's, and I don't know how the divisions are,
right, but
with
if you're going to be a champion of the workers, you have to say something about them laying off that many people by shutting down those stores just, out of the blue.
Right.
Which, again, is another thing where that was a lot of people can't get to Disney.
Right. So
and
a Disney store,
of Disney was their ability to go and like I don't, maybe they're relying so much on their e-commerce side of things with that, but the Disney store was an experience.
Right. It wasn't like just going to Walmart or Target or something. Yes, it was an experience, and especially when they had those little added monthly, bi-monthly events, it was kind of like, okay, well, I can't do Halloween in the park.
Like your Disney Goodwill ambassadors around the world.
Yeah, it really was.
That little bit of magic, and you just decided to stop doing that for no good reason.
Well, and I think, again, a lot of it's the e-commerce side of things. You have a lot of...
Right, and you can sell through that. But you can't bring that experience through that.
Right, exactly. No, I know.
Anyway. So what's Disney doing? Disney doing something in Paris, right? What are they doing out there?
So here's some positive Disney news. So Disney just gave us some serious, exciting information about one of its upcoming expansions within the Disney parks. So obviously we know a lot of things are coming to the Disney resorts. So we have the Tron coaster at the Magic Kingdom, Guardians of the Galaxy, Cosmic Rewind in Epcot, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railroad, in Disneyland in Southern California, and now internationally, some guests in Disneyland Paris are going to see the Avengers Campus expansion. So the first version of the Marvel-centric land opened in Disneyland's California Adventure last year and features a whole host of Marvel-themed attractions and entertainment. And recently, Disney revealed that some very exciting visuals for this new land, which are now going to be coming to Disneyland Paris. So in the photo, they have a brand new Iron Man coaster vehicle that they show, and the ride will replace Disneyland Paris's version of the Rock and Roller Coaster. While there is not an exact opening date for Avengers Campus at Disneyland Paris, guests should be excited after seeing this new art, as well as all of the available things that will be coming to Disney's Avengers Campus in Anaheim. So the Disneyland Paris will be themed completely around the Marvel Cinematic Universe and will feature countless Marvel characters like Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Loki, Black Panther, Black Widow, Captain America, Hawkeye, and countless others. They had recently covered that more progress was being made on the Paris, and now more stuff to look forward to if you're in that area.
Which I think is, I should turn my mic back.
Probably. Probably a good idea.
I think it's cool that they're bringing it to different locations. It's a shame that they're not bringing it to Florida, though.
I mean, know.
Florida is the one area that you've got a surplus of real estate.
Right.
And you get your biggest crowds in Florida, too.
Right.
So I don't know why they're holding off on doing it in Florida.
I'm guessing probably within a couple of years you'll probably see.
I think what they need to do is they need to come out with like their Adventureland park and break off Star Wars and Marvel.
I could see that.
All the action movies. Break that off into their own park.
Well, and really, that could be what Hollywood Studios becomes.
Yeah.
That's really
what it's going towards.
Right, because you have Star Wars, because you have Star Wars, you have Galaxy's Edge in California, and it doesn't really go, but it goes. But then, in Florida, it makes sense where. Well,
the problem is they're spreading it out over multiple parks, though, because they're putting the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Right. That's weird that that's in Epcot. Like that should have also been, but I don't know.
Then nobody would go to Epcot. They'd all go to Studios, which is nice because Studios has been neglected for a long time.
Right. It's nice that Studios is finally getting, it's well-deserved,
exactly
thing. So, yeah.
So anyway, but we're not getting any of that stuff in Florida. So we're going to have to book the European trip and go to Paris after it's done.
Well, maybe if it's done by next year, then we can go for my birthday.
Maybe we could. Happy birthday. You're old.
That was mean.
Well, it's a major accomplishment. So we're going to go to Europe for it. Everything's old in Europe, right? It's the old country.
Then I'm really young compared to...
There you go. See, that's to make you feel better.
Thing. I'm young compared to how old things are over there. Great.
There you go. Nice. That's what I was going for. See,
nice save.
There.
Nice one.
Well, that's all we had for our Disney Detective. We'll be back in a minute with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. This week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, a Star Wars original trilogy actor is officially filming his franchise return. Inside the Magic tells us that Anthony Daniels' beloved protocol droid, C-3PO, has been a fan favorite Star Wars character for 4 decades, ever since he first appeared in George Lucas's Star Wars Episode IV: A New Hope, alongside Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia, and Han Solo. Built by Anakin Skywalker, he best friends with R2-D2 and the bane of Han Solo's existence, and ultimately savior of the Resistance in the sequel trilogy's Episode 9: Rise of Skywalker. 3PO is as iconic as they come. Now Daniels is seemingly officially reprising his role for a new Star Wars project, according to Star Wars Newsnet Twitter post. While the article accompanying the post indicates that Daniels is working on a droid story, which is reportedly set to be an animated series featuring a new Star Wars hero guided by R2-D2 and C-3PO, it's also possible that he could be working on scenes for Obi-Wan Kenobi. Online reports have indicated that C-3PO and fellow droid R2-D2 will appear in the show set approximately a decade after the prequel trilogy's conclusion, Star Wars Episode III: Revenge of the Sith. Both Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen are reprising their roles in the Deborah Chow-directed Disney Plus original series. Whether Daniels is assisting animators for a droid story or secretly working on Obi-Wan Kenobi, the fact remains that the actor seems to be making his official return to the Star Wars franchise, and that's something all Star Wars fans can get excited about. If you're a 3PO fan, are you a 3PO fan?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I was more of an R2 fan.
I don't think,
I didn't dislike 3PO.
Right.
He was just a little too uppity for me.
Right. But it's nice that, the two of them have been in all of the movies. They've, kind of made their way. They're that, constant stream, that kind of connects everything.
Lucas had even described the fact that their purpose in the movies really was to kind of be the narrators, the pulse of the audience, to give you that audience perspective on things.
Right. And you know what? It's amazing that after 40 plus years, he can still get into...
Yeah, well, he doesn't always get into it now, though.
Right.
Sometimes it's animated and sometimes it's...
Right, but the fact that, it's such a fitted costume, it's not like, all right, well, I'm just going to lend my voice or, have it be somebody else. The fact that it's, for the most part, him still getting into it and that he's still so connected to it and so beloved, really, and that's the thing, that part of it.
A lot of actors struggle with being typecast from a specific role, and this is one that he's embraced to the nth degree. Even when we saw he had narrated or hosted
Star Wars in
Concert, he embraced it for that. He had the golden, suit jacket.
Right.
And he is the character. It's difficult to separate the man from the machine in this case.
Yeah.
So to have him come back, because we got R2 back in Mando, the season finale of Mando.
Yep.
So we definitely
droids are alive and well in that universe.
Exactly. So it is nice to see a return. Also, this week we have an article about the Galactic Star Star Cruiser.
How do you really feel about it?
So, hey, what can I say? I'm honest, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So guests aboard the Galactic Star Cruiser Halcyon will use their data pad, part of the Disney Play Disney Parks app.
Say that 5 times fast.
Wow, that was tough.
Can't even say it once.
They'll be doing it for many things, but they'll also be managing the itinerary, which is now available. Guests scheduled to depart on select March dates can now view the itinerary, a map of the ship, and more. The new Events tab on the left features Star Cruiser information. As we have not yet boarded the Halcyon, not all features are available, though. Unscheduled activities show up in blue and may be automatically scheduled 30 days prior to your arrival. Check-in is scheduled from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., during which time a lunch buffet is served. Overlapping with the buffet is time to explore the Star Cruiser, a data pad orientation, and the Galactic Social. Much like actual cruises, a ship muster takes place that afternoon, followed by a captain's reception. Dinner is served that evening in the Crown of Corellia dining room, featuring a performance from Gaia. An evening of games is on the schedule for the first day, from Sabacc lessons to a Star Cruiser exclusive game called Sector Set. A special Chandrila Starline Star Show will take place as the Halcyon nears Bespin. That almost makes me think of the water pageant, almost.
Oh, yeah.
That type of thing.
There's going to be a special little show that flies by. Yeah.
The next morning, guests can choose from a breakfast buffet or a grab-and-go breakfast before transport for a planetary excursion to Batuu.
Damn Skippy, I'm having the breakfast buffet.
Right,
I am not doing grab-and-go unless I'm grabbing and going like 20 of them.
Right.
For what I paid. Yeah, sorry.
Droid racing, a Sabacc tournament, model ship building, a Porg detection drill, and a You Know Your Co-Pilot game are all options for afternoon activities. Dinner service at the Crown of Corellia dining room, because they only have one restaurant, features a taste around the galaxy, followed by a Halcyon Star Cruiser celebration and sweets and treats in the late evening. On day 3, guests will be offered a choice of a breakfast buffet or a grab-and-go breakfast, followed by getting kicked off the ship. This 2-night adventure could be yours for the low price of only $6,000 for a family of 4. If I was unimpressed with what I saw so far as the room service and room sizes and all that, this itinerary leaves me even less impressed. They're going to teach me how to play Sabacc. That's the interactive part of what they have here. This is pretty lame. It's the worst part is the more information they release, the lamer it gets.
And maybe it's also one of those things where, hey, here's this itinerary, but there's all this other stuff that's going on that's not part of.
You're such an optimist. You really are.
I'm trying here. I'm
There's not $6,000 worth. There's not $2,000 worth. I'd spend about $1,500 on what they're offering. Mm-hmm. And that's a lot for 2 nights.
Oh, absolutely. Okay? Well, and that's the thing is, especially when you think about what an actual cruise that goes someplace.
Exactly.
What you can get for $6,000 and what you're getting here, it's laughable. It really is.
This is a $6,000 LARP event is what this is. That's really
and I can go LARPing for a heck of a lot less than $6,000.
I know. We saw on Hawkeye that we can go LARP in the park.
Hawkeye, I'll come. Now, if Hawkeye would come,
that's right. That would be awesome. LARPing with freaking Hawkeye.
Like for $6,000, I want like 3 Star Wars celebrities there.
Yeah, it should be Star Wars weekends.
Right. That's really
I should be walking out of there for $6,000 with like a full Stormtrooper set of armor on me when I walk out of there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It should include building my lightsaber. It should include building my droid.
Right. No, I shouldn't have to pay for anything else because
it's $6,000 for 2 nights.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's asinine that they're even asking that.
I'd feel bad for the people. Feel bad, but I don't feel bad for people if it's something where after 6 months the price gets dropped dramatically.
Right.
And then I'd feel bad for those people that I want to be the first.
See, I feel because the people that did it first are the stupid rich people.
Right, and that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I feel bad, but then again, I don't. Like, did you mortgage your kids to go, or do you just have that much money where $6,000 is nothing?
Right, it's like it's a drop in the bucket for
right.
you.
Like there's a friend of mine on Facebook who she happens to be going because a cast member got a free trip. So, and that's the other thing too, is how many of the first group of people that are going aren't paying for it because
if
they're
you're going and you're paying for it, you're stupid enough to get ripped off.
Right.
I don't feel any ounce of sympathy for you whatsoever.
But I'm sure, there are so many people that have gotten press passes for it, and the cast members or won a trip.
And hey, you know what? If you can get it for free, get one over on Disney anytime you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that itinerary is a joke.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting because again, now we're a month away. What it's actual, and then I think one of the articles that I saw showed some like behind the scenes photos, and they basically just have this box truck, and that's the transporter, so that when you get on it, I'm sure inside it's decked out where it looks like it's a transport ship, but on the outside it's just this white
I wouldn't be surprised.
Truck.
I would not be surprised.
So it was just like, what's that? And they kind of figured, all right, that has to be, and that where the driver sits, you can't see the driver, so they're just in a regular bus driver uniform. So it's kind of like, all right, I'm just on a box truck. I don't know. There's nothing that's enticing us to do it.
That sounds about what I'd expect. Because that's really all it is. It's a big, giant facade. Everything is a facade. There isn't anything legitimate behind any of this.
Right.
It's smoke and mirrors to steal your wallet. Mm-hmm. Hey, look at this really cool lightsaber over here while they're picking your pocket over here. That's all this is.
So...
Anyway, I'm sure we'll be reporting on actual guest stays and stuff like that as it opens up. So we will see. That's all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So this story comes from The Hollywood Reporter, and former Disney CEO Bob Iger, in his first interview since stepping away from the executive chairman of the company, discussed the fate of movie theaters, competing with Netflix, and yes, the metaverse, in a conversation with the New York Times' Kara Swisher. He says, "Because I'm not working for Disney, I'm liberated. I can say anything about anybody," he joked during the conversation, adding that he was reluctant to single anyone out. However, he did have frank thoughts on the fate of movie theaters, which he believes will be permanently altered by the pandemic and the rise of streaming services. He said, "I don't think it's the death of theatrical movies. I think it is severe injury that maybe doesn't heal, not fatal to some." He said that, adding that the consumers will be much more discerning about what movies they want to see out of the home. He said, "I think what you are going to see is far fewer films released for the big screen." Iger also addressed the rise of streaming and the push to get Disney into the space with Disney Plus. But he also discussed an epiphany that he had regarding Netflix, which at one point had the streaming rights to Disney films. He said, "They were helping to build the platform on the back of our movies. They deserve a lot of credit." He said, "I woke up one day and thought, we're basically selling nuclear weapons technology to a third world country, and now they're using it against us." So Iger and Disney took back those rights and sought to create a new war chest of IP. And when Rupert Murdoch called Iger and discussed selling Fox's entertainment assets, Iger knew that the deal would be necessary to be competitive in a streaming space. He said, "I was thinking at the time, knowing that we're going to launch Disney Plus and enter the streaming business, and if we had National Geographic and The Simpsons and Avatar and the whole library, that we would have a scale to compete." But he also expressed pessimism about big technology companies successfully competing with firms like Disney despite their significant investment in content. He said, "There's no question that deep-pocketed technology companies, Apple being a great example and Amazon being another, have figured out that if they have great intellectual property, if they can get great stories, it'll help their business." He goes, "I don't want to suggest that Apple or Amazon's entertainment divisions are loss leader businesses, but they are in those businesses for other reasons." But as the tech world shifts towards the next phase of the internet, which some are calling the metaverse, and what Iger calls Internet 3.0, he believes that Disney has a critical piece of the puzzle. He said, "To survive an Internet 3.0 world, you need to have some really compelling intellectual properties. I think that Internet 3.0 will definitely be a more compelling experience, certainly more immersive and dimensional. There will be a lot to think in terms of a future, call it a metaverse. I don't think there will be one metaverse, it'll be dispersive. You may have an avatar that you can go all over the place, and I think that it will likely to develop into something real as an experience." However, he acknowledges that the toxic culture on platforms like Twitter and Facebook could only become worse in the hypothetical future. He said, "I'm thinking about telling my kids that they should think about creating technology tools for modernizing behavior in Internet 3.0. Something Disney should think about as it talks about creating a metaverse themselves is monitoring behavior." As he discussed his final board retreat, where The Hollywood Reporter's Kim Masters reported that he implored those in attendance to not become too
reliant?
Thank you. Sorry, reliant on data. His successor, Bob Iger, has leaned on data for his decision-making through a memo earlier this month that talked about the storytelling experience. That was one of the stories we talked about a couple of weeks ago, and is that in a world of business that there's awash with data, and it is tempting to use data to answer all of your questions, including creative questions, but he urges everybody not to use it. Acknowledging the accuracy of the comments to Swisher, Iger expanded on those thoughts, saying that while it is useful to find out what people like about something after the fact, creative decisions still need to be made based on some level of instinct. If we had tried to mine all the data that we had at the time to determine whether we should make a superhero movie that was about an authentically Afro-futuristic world with a black cast, the data would have said not to do it, and Black Panther would have never been made.
And, he hits on a number of interesting insights here. But the one where he talks about Netflix taking their intellectual property as being selling to a third world country.
Right.
That was a conscious decision that Disney made because they saw dollar figures.
Right, because they didn't
have a platform to release it
on.
They were still releasing all their stuff selectively through their Disney Vault program on DVD.
Right.
And Netflix came and offered them a boatload of money.
And it was like, okay. Right. Yeah.
So, you were selling nukes to a third world country because you were a bunch of money grubbing people that wanted the cash for it.
Right, right.
Had you taken a step back and been innovative
and decided to start something
and built
up
something,
right then,
waited 2 years, build out your own thing, and then put it out there, then you could have capitalized on all of it. But instead, they wanted their cake and they wanted to eat it too.
Well, and also at the time, Netflix was, back in the day, you were actually getting DVDs in the mail.
That's true.
So that was probably, it was just, at that point, probably Disney didn't want to deal with that part of it. But as Netflix, went to the streaming, that's when they realized,
His take on the metaverse, though, is funny because Meta just took a huge drop in stock, so much so that on paper, at least, Mark Zuckerberg lost about $20 billion.
Oh, poor thing.
The stock drop based on their earnings because for the first time in the company's history, they had fewer people. They had a decreasing number of people using it on a daily basis. I don't know if this vision of the metaverse is really going to fly. It sounds a little too much Ready Player One style.
Yeah.
Futuristic to me that I don't see that really being the direction that things like Disney are going to go.
But look at WALL-E. That's really where WALL-E kind of goes, they put so much into a metaverse, really, so they kind of see where it's going, where they don't want to.
And I understand that. And the fact that we've made movies about the direction that we're going. We've made movies about, robots that turn on us and kill everyone too. And we're putting Hellfire missiles on drones.
Yeah, well,
So we don't always learn our lesson. I'll give you that.
No, yeah.
But his take on movies.
I was just going to say the movies, because we have been talking about that for years, and especially with the pandemic. And, now you're making it easier for people that don't live near a movie theater, because there are people that have to travel an hour or 2 hours to get to a movie theater. And now you're giving them that experience. So now you're opening up.
Well, and the going to a movie theater has its own drawbacks. There's cost, there's convenience.
Right.
It got to the point where movie theaters started putting in the reclining chairs because that's what everyone had in their home theaters.
Right.
To try to compete with home theaters, which I thought was hilarious.
Right. But the thing is...
But people have home theaters at home.
Right.
You can watch a movie on a 70-inch, 75-inch 4K TV with...
surround sound,
and it's just like you're at the theater.
And you can start the movie whenever you want to.
And most importantly, you can watch an Avengers movie and pause it to go to the bathroom.
And not have to miss credits or any.
Right. And I can go get my own snacks. I'm not paying $10 for a soda, and I'm not getting marked up. So there's a lot of appeal outside of the pandemic for me to watch movies at home.
Absolutely.
And it's going to take a lot for me to go watch a movie. There's only a few movies that you really need to watch in a theater.
Right.
And those movies look really good at home right now with my TV and my surround sound and my comfortable chair. And so it's going to take a lot to incentivize me to go back into a movie theater.
Right, right.
So I think he's got a couple of good points there.
And that was kind of why I put this in, because it was touching on so many different aspects that we've all been, talking about over, the past couple of years.
Yeah,
so.
And he's not a stupid man. He's got enough experience under his belt. He's a very intelligent individual, and he can recognize the mistakes that he's made and where he could have gone differently. Mm-hmm. And I have a respect for people that can recognize their mistakes and learn from them. Mm-hmm. Sadly, a lot of people can't.
Yeah.
Speaking of mistakes, let's talk about some drama that happened on The Masked Singer.
So the Masked Singer judges Robin Thicke and Ken Jeong reportedly protested Rudy Giuliani's participation in the Fox competition series. So according to Deadline, the Masked Singer judges walked off the Fox set in protest last week after Donald Trump's personal lawyer was unmasked. The outlet reported that their co-stars, Nicole Scherzinger and Jenny McCarthy, remained on stage to speak with the politician whose costume hasn't been revealed yet. Following a brief break, Thicke and Jeong allegedly returned to the set and spoke with Giuliani. The upcoming season of The Masked Singer is themed The Good, the Bad, and the Cuddly, with contestants' costumes centered around one of the three descriptors. After news broke of Giuliani's reported participation on the competition series, celebs took to social media to express their disdain. This is an incredibly disturbing stunt, 2.5 Men's John Cryer tweeted. Rudy Giuliani helped to engineer a coup attempt. The producers of the show should be ashamed, added Seth MacFarlane. Anything for ratings, right? In January, Giuliani was subpoenaed by the House committee investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol. According to NBC News, the committee says Giuliani is one of the individuals who publicly promoted unsupported claims about the 2020 election and participated in attempts to disrupt or delay the certification of election results. This isn't the first time that The Masked Singer has drawn backlash from their casting. In March of 2020, the show was criticized when former Alaskan Governor Sarah Palin was unmasked as the Bear.
Well, and
stop doing that.
I really need to turn that mic on before I talk. I think they hit it on the head there. Anything for the ratings, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not a fan of the show myself. I don't watch the show, but kudos to these two judges for standing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about it other than it was a really bad taste and a stunt is what it was.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for our entertainment news this week.
Yep.
We'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is from Netflix, and it is Getting Curious with Jonathan Van Ness. So Jonathan Van Ness lets curiosity lead the way while roving from snacks to wigs in his podcast spin-off chock full of experts and special guests. The series is a spin-off from the Queer Eye Stars podcast of the same name, in which Van Ness quite literally gets curious about a topic and then speaks to various guests about it. So Van Ness is clearly a star. The former hairdresser made their name when the extremely fun Game of Thrones online recaps, and went on to become part of the Fab Five on the updated and much improved Queer Eye Makeover series, which is always good for a cathartic cry and a renewed sense of faith in humanity. Van Ness is one of the participants often who opens up to, usually while having their hair spritz. He's very amiable, warm, and an impressive interviewer, and gives you the impression of someone who genuinely wants to listen and learn. They are also excitable. All of this sets up for a host of all sorts magazine show. The show kind of reminds me also of the Jeff Goldblum, The World According to Jeff Goldblum on Disney Plus, which is part of Nat Geo, where there's one topic and he kind of explores it. So Jonathan, he's just a joy to watch in general. But the shows, they kind of go all over the place, because the one episode was about bugs and kind of giving you a little history on bugs. And then one was on snack foods and sugar and why we like sugary foods. And then one was on gender identity. So it went from, bugs to gender identity, which was a really deep conversation to have with different individuals and different guests and stuff. So again, reminded me very much of the Jeff Goldblum show. There's only, I think, 8 episodes in it. I've only watched like 4 of them, about half-hour little shows. But if you're a fan of Queer Eye, you probably love Jonathan. So this would be something, for you to watch. So,
all right, good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is The Walking Dead Origins on AMC. The Walking Dead Origins is a limited series of specials in the Walking Dead TV universe, exploring the journeys of the series' most celebrated characters. Spotlighting Daryl, Carol, Maggie, and Negan, each episode of The Walking Dead Origins charts the story of the zombie apocalypse from the point of view of a single character, and features new interviews and narrations from the actors that portray these iconic characters, interwoven with clips from the most pivotal moments of their journeys so far. Each episode will feature an exclusive sneak peek of Season 11 as well. Accompanying each special will be a best-of collection featuring fan-favorite episodes for each character. So the first one that we watched was the Daryl special, and it wasn't any groundbreaking new footage or anything like that of the character, but it was very interesting seeing the actor who portrays the character actually walking you through the life cycle of
the evolution
character.
Of him. Yeah.
And, giving you insight to the emotions and the motivations and how they were feeling at a certain time and how the character has changed. Now, a lot of that stuff is stuff you pick up watching the show. But hearing it from the actual person who is the character was, I don't know, it was a very unique experience for me.
Yeah.
Typically when you see actors do interviews, they don't refer to themselves as the character, but they kind of will talk about the character in a third person type of perspective. And this was almost like a psychoanalysis. Of the character.
It was very well done.
Yeah. It was very interesting. It was very insightful. And it was interesting the parts of the overall story that they picked to highlight the pivotal moments in the character's history. So we've watched one. We have 2 more to watch that are out, and then the Maggie one is the last one. But definitely enough to whet your appetite before it comes back, because it comes back this month.
End of February it comes back.
This month, so it's kind of nice to get you back into that swing of things.
Yeah, and it was interesting, especially with the Daryl one, for anybody that's been watching it for however many, for so many years, is to see how his arc has totally shifted, because he was like this complete,
and to see how his hair has changed.
And see how young he was, and how, how he's aged. Even just looking at Negan in the flashbacks and stuff, and it was like, wow, everybody's really changed so much. Yeah. So, some of it's makeup and some of it's, prosthetic.
And what's funny is, I got into Walking Dead.
You got into it late.
And I started watching, was it season 7 or whatever? And then I went back and I binge watched
everything from the beginning.
Everything from the beginning over the course of about 2 months.
Yeah.
Which was a lot, especially the wandering season in the woods.
That was a bad year.
But it was interesting because I could see that character development over that short span, where I don't think I would have seen nearly that kind of conversion.
And that was the thing, because for us watching this, we were watching it as two different, you were watching it as somebody that like, oh yeah, I remember seeing that. That all happened within, the 2 weeks that I watched it, where for me, that was like 3 years worth, where I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, okay. Like stuff that I know happened, but I don't remember it as well as you do, because you're more recent.
Well, and that's what I see now watching it is, God, they really dragged things out. Like, there's a story arc that takes an entire season that you could have got done in 2 episodes if you cut all the other wandering stuff out.
Right, where like you don't have the same sympathy because I had to go through a whole year and a half to get to that.
I would have stopped watching this show if I had to do that.
Well, and that's the thing too, is there were a lot of people at certain points that gave up on the show, that were diehards from the beginning, and then certain things that happened.
If I had to go, and I think it was season 3 where it was the wandering one, if I had to go through that week to week and not have the story move at all, oh my God, I would have quit midway through that season and stopped watching it because it was agonizing.
Yeah.
The only way it made it even close to being bearable was that I got to get that entire season done inside of 1 week.
And then to know that you had a better season.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's what I was watching recently was Walking Dead Origins.
Good pick.
AMC. So we'll be right back with our afterthoughts. So what do we have for afterthoughts, dear?
So coming up the end of February 27th, is Nerdfest, which is part of Jersey Shore Comic Book Show. The event will take place at the Holiday Inn in Swedesboro, New Jersey, on February 27th. It'll be from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission is $5. Kids 12 and under are free with a paying adult. There is free parking. They will be featuring artists, vendors, comics, anime, toys, Funkos, non-sports cards, crafts, Pokemon, cosplay, face painting, interactive activities, collectibles, and more.
Would more include a better website? Because their website is atrocious.
Yeah, their website is not.
This is come on,
guys. But the good thing is their vendors are already sold out. There's no, so that leads me to believe.
Well, good. Maybe if it's that successful, they can pay someone to do a decent website for them.
Well, maybe you can send them an email and say, hey.
Yeah.
They also have another one that we'll talk about probably in a couple of weeks. That's in April.
Okay.
So.
What else? We got one more.
So then, of course, your favorite.
ZoloCon.
And that is March 5th and 6th. General admission on Saturday is $15 and $5 for children. On Sunday, general admission is $10 and children are free. See, I went back and updated that.
Clean that one up.
Yes.
Good job.
This one is held in Warminster, Pennsylvania at one of probably our favorite locations for any event. Unfortunately, we've never gone to anything besides ZoloCon here.
It is the Fuge,
yes.
Formerly Brewster Aviation, if you want to look that one up.
There you go. I knew you were going to be a good source of information for that
one. A historical nerd, yes. Well, I have an entire episode of Insights into History on it. So
right. Hey, Insights into History.
Yeah, I've written it. I have to produce them now.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's all we had for today. Before we do go, I do want to bug you once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon, iHeartRadio, etc., etc. I never get to the whole list.
Yeah, I know.
I would also invite you to email us or reach out to us, give us your feedback, give us your own conventions you want us to plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We're on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We are on Twitch 5 days a week streaming at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can also find video versions of this podcast listed as podcast.insightsintothings.com.
And you can just go to our official website to find all of this information that we just went over at insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 138. The Great Debates, Controversial Topics, Part 2. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my calm and centered co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing as alright as I can be.
Doesn't sound particularly good the way you put it. Everything okay?
I've been feeling off this week, but, I'm starting to get a bit better.
A little bit of a funk?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, we all get that way. It's unavoidable sometimes. This time, with COVID and all that stuff going on, it's kind of even more relevant, I guess. But even under ideal circumstances, we all get into a funk eventually.
Yeah.
Doing okay other than that, though?
Yeah, so far.
How was your week this week?
It's been going alright, despite, the funk, but, yeah, so far things have been going alright with school and everything, so, yeah.
Okay. So last week we kind of started down the Great Debates path with some controversial topics. I think it went well. I think it was a very interesting discussion. It was a very good discussion we had last week. So what we did was we took each of our typical 3 segments, we broke it down into different categories, and we asked some questions. So this week we're going to continue our little debate on some of those controversial topics. Last week, in the interest of time, we only got through a few questions in each category. I didn't want to monopolize the entire discussion on one category. So this week, we are going to pick up where we left off and see if we can get through the remaining questions.
Alrighty.
Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast and all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We can be found on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, wherever you can find a podcast. I would also invite you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your topics, suggestions for topics for the show. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. On Facebook, we're at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Yes, we shall.
Here we go. So the first category that we had, and we're going to go down the same category list that we did last week. First category is going to be education. Now, I've pared these categories all down to 2 questions per category, which is what we went through last week, so we should be good on time. The first question, and this is one that we kind of ran into a bit of a debate at your school this year. Should cell phones be banned in schools?
Okay, so I think people kind of just need to meet it halfway. Like, I agree that we shouldn't be allowed to have cell phones during class. It's just a distraction, and using our cell phones, we shouldn't be doing that in class. But completely banning them, I don't think is what we should be doing. Like, during lunch and like certain free periods, I think they should be allowed to be on their phones, because I do think that, like, while a lot of people definitely don't like cell phones, I think when used in proper circumstances and in proper ways, it can help teens. And also, you never know when they're going to need their phones. They are going to need them at some point, like if there's an emergency. For example, like, I'm not going to basically, so with my school, we originally had it where cell phones were banned at the beginning of the year. No cell phones whatsoever. And basically, if there was any need to call home, you would, like, just go down the guidance and get them to call your parents. But if there's, like, an emergency where you can't go down the guidance and, like, you really need to get in contact with someone, you're kind of gonna need your phone for that. And like, that can be, there are, like, extreme examples of that, but, like, there are also some things that, like, you might need to use your phone in school. Like, a specific example I had was that I had to get to my Gmail account for my one class, and I couldn't do that unless, like, I confirmed it on my phone. I wasn't allowed to have my phone, so I couldn't do that. And ironically, the very next day, they announced that we were allowed to have our phones. So, yeah, that was kind of ironic. But needless to say, there are certain uses that phones are used for in school. And it's also kind of just a way for the kids to just wind down after, you know, stressing. And I know that, like, my school did it because they wanted the kids to talk to other people. And, like, that's good, but I feel some kids are better just using their phones to de-stress, but, like, not during class.
And I kind of agree with you, probably for different reasons. As a parent in a society where we have so many, I'm going to go dark here and say so many school shootings, you never know when it's going to happen to you. Whether it's that, whether it's some kind of lockdown. We've had situations in our area here where we've had police actions in the area here. They've been chasing criminals and stuff like that. And the schools wind up going into lockdown sometimes. So it's not always, you know, an active shooter situation. But as a parent, I want my kid to be able to have that tool of communication. And really what it boils down to is discipline. Your kids have to be disciplined in how they use their devices.
Yeah.
No matter how you cut it, a cell phone is a privilege. And it's up to the parents to teach the kids how to behave properly with that privilege.
Yeah.
You know, if you are texting friends or playing on social media or playing video games, whatever it is, there's a time and place for it. Mm-hmm. I'm going to sound like my dad here when I say, get off the phone, But there are times in school that you have that free time to do that stuff with. And I think the concern that I had about your school was that kids were using these at inappropriate times and not getting disciplined for it. And if you're going to impose a rule but not follow through with it with monitoring and disciplinary action, then there's no point in having the rule.
Yeah.
So I think there is a purpose, there is a utility for having them in schools, whether it's for entertainment value or de-stressing or whatever. There's a purpose of having them there, just like there's a purpose to having them at my work. I'm one of the few people at my work that can carry them onto our manufacturing floor because of my position with the company. But even people that are on the manufacturing floor who can't have their phones on the floor have them at lunch, and they can communicate with their family. They can watch videos, do whatever they want with them on their own time. And I think the same situation applies to schools. So I think I agree with you 100% there that they should be allowed, but they should be allowed in a controlled manner.
Yeah.
So the next thing that we have, and the last one in this category is, and you've never experienced this, but your brother did. Should students have to wear uniforms in school?
Okay, so I feel that there's pros and cons to uniforms. Like I feel a lot of people think the kids don't really have to think about what they're gonna wear. Everyone looks the same, something like that. And I could definitely see the benefits to it, but I feel that in proper ways, kids should be allowed to express themselves, and one large way is through clothing. And while yes, and a lot of negative stuff can come from clothing, like inappropriate clothing and, oh, you're not wearing expensive clothing, so your worth is basically determined by that. I get, the negatives, and uniforms can probably solve that, but I think it's just partly I feel like it's just again, in proper ways, kids should kind of be allowed to express themselves. I feel like kids should just... Clothing is a way to express themselves, and teens kind of need an outlet for them to express themselves. And again, putting restrictions on your clothing I definitely think should be happening so that nothing inappropriate is worn or anything. But I don't think that just telling kids to wear a certain outfit or requiring it should really be something that should happen. Because again, it's kind of just about the individuality and expressing themselves and stuff like that.
Here I think I'm going to disagree a little bit with you.
Okay.
I understand the need for kids to express their individuality. It's part of growing up. It's part of that development process. As a kid who came from a poor family, we did not have, we lived paycheck to paycheck because my dad didn't make a lot of money. My mom didn't work. And every year when we had to buy school clothes, it was a struggle. It was a struggle getting the funds to buy them and getting the sufficient amount of clothes. And as a result, the clothes that I wore were not name brand clothes typically. And going to school in something that was not a name brand designer clothing, I'm talking jeans, no one was wearing, cardigans or anything like that. But I couldn't even afford a name brand, like a Lee jean or a Wrangler jean or something like that. It was an off-brand jean, and it causes stigmatism. You know, you're stigmatized because of that, and kids look at you differently as a result of that. And uniforms negate that right off the bat.
Well, yeah.
The other thing is you don't have to worry about kids wearing inappropriate clothes. You don't have to worry about the controversy of a dress code. You don't have to worry about parents don't have to worry about going out and buying the latest and greatest expensive clothing because everyone wears the same thing. And usually the uniform is usually a shirt, shoes, pants, and a sweater, I think, or a jacket or something. And a lot of times that stuff can be used year after year. There's even situations where you can rent that uniform and not have to go out and pay for it, or you can get it at discounted costs and stuff. So it's not a status symbol anymore. It's not a disciplinary thing anymore because everybody's wearing the same thing. And it is a way of stifling your individuality. And I could certainly see that as being one of the detriments to it. How would you feel if you had to wear a uniform in school?
I personally probably wouldn't, despite the fact I probably wouldn't be allowed to wear a hoodie, which...
That's usually not in the uniform code, no.
Yeah, which would be, the only real, downfall for me. I guess I wouldn't be all that upset with it, because I normally just wear pants and a shirt in general, although, the shoes and, the fact I couldn't wear a hoodie might be the only problems I have, because I don't know how comfortable the shoes would be, and I kind of like a certain type of shoe now, not being able to wear a hoodie would kind of not really be nice, because I prefer hoodies over, sweaters, I guess, so.
Well, and that's one of the other problems, one of the other detriments to uniforms, is I've yet to see a school uniform that's actually comfortable. You know? And a lot of times, at least in, so Sam went to Catholic school early on in his school career, and the boys wore pants and the girls wore dresses. And if you don't like wearing a dress, you're kind of beat at that point in time if that's what the dress code is.
Yeah.
So it was kind of one of those, it's a non-negotiable, they didn't give you options. If they gave you options, it'd be one thing. You could wear one of 3 different styles, but you don't get that. Everyone is expected to stick to the one style.
Yeah.
So, all right. So we're kind of a push on that one.
Yeah.
So you'd be okay with it if you had to, but it's not preferred.
Yeah.
So the next one we have is, next category we have is our personal decisions. So the first question we have here is it okay for teens to keep secrets from their parents?
Okay.
And if that's a secret, you don't have to tell me.
Goodness. Okay, so I definitely agree that there are certain things teens shouldn't keep secrets about. Like some really depressing thoughts about harming themselves, harming others, or stuff like that. Then that's definitely something I feel that needs to be addressed no matter what. And yes, if you keep very harmful secrets, like if you're smoking or doing drugs or something like that, or doing risky behavior, yeah, keeping that a secret from your parents is not really something that should be happening. But I do think that parents kind of need to respect some teens' privacy. There are certain things teens are, would be okay for teens to keep from their parents. If they don't feel comfortable talking to their parents about certain mental health things going on, but they feel comfortable talking to someone else, then it's kind of okay to not really mention it to your parents and really just kind of talk with the person that you feel more comfortable with. Or if it's just little harmless secrets, like certain hobbies you don't really want to tell your parents about, or just little special tidbits you kind of keep to yourself. I definitely think that parents really need to stop being so like, certain parents need to be a little less overprotective of their teens. Because, like, I know that a big thing is that, like, some parents don't even allow their kids to have a door to their room, which, okay, that is kind of extreme. Like, you're not even allowing your kids that privacy. So, I know secrets aren't always, like, a privacy thing, but I definitely think privacy has a big impact when it comes to secrets. So, while I definitely think there are certain things that shouldn't be kept from your parents that you need to let them know so that they can help you or so you can stop doing these really bad and harmful behaviors, I just still think that some parents need to respect their teens' privacy with a little less harmful things or just things they don't feel comfortable telling their parents about.
Okay, I think that's fair. I think parents probably need to have as open a dialogue with their kids as possible, because there are a lot of difficult topics that you need to discuss with your kids that if your kids aren't comfortable talking to you, you're never going to be able to communicate. And communicating with your kids is vital in order to ensure that they're taken care of and they, grow up to be decent human beings. I also understand the fact that you need to have your own space. You need to have your own privacy. So as a parent, I wouldn't expect you to be forthcoming with everything that you weren't comfortable with. But also as a parent, it's our job to make sure that if there are issues, that those issues are not harmful to you. So anytime, mommy or I pry and we seem like we're invading your privacy, it's not out of malice. It's for your own good.
Yeah.
So it's important to keep that in mind too.
Yeah, and kind of parents need to find that balance where they're not like completely like a helicopter parent watching over the kids and not even allowing them to have a door to their room.
Right.
That's definitely the extreme example, but you also don't want to be so careless that your kid can end up harming themselves or others.
Absolutely. As with anything in life, it's a balance.
Mm-hmm.
So the next one, the last question in this category here is about bad habits or habits. Whether they're bad or not's interpretable. Mm. Should teens be allowed to vape if they're not allowed to smoke?
No. Both are really bad, and I don't feel that vaping is any better than smoking, and I don't think any kid should be doing anything related to either vaping or smoking, or anything dealing with that kind of stuff.
Okay, well, that settles that then.
I know that I wasn't...
Moving right along.
I'm sorry, I wasn't really able to make an entire debate about that, but like...
Well, some things aren't debatable. I mean, you feel very strongly about this, and I respect that.
Yeah, it's just like smoking in general, no real benefits. Vaping's kind of the same thing, and I've heard about all the negative side effects that come from it, and there's really nothing that makes it better than smoking, and I feel like they're kind of on the same level of don't do this.
Well, what's interesting is that vaping kind of came out as an alternative way to quit smoking, where you could use what they term as e-cigarettes, and you could put a chemical compound in the cigarette that would vaporize it, and that would help to wean you off of the nicotine addiction of smoking. And then it turned out that people just started using that instead of cigarettes because they thought they were healthier.
Yeah.
And then people started putting additional chemicals in there. They started putting certain oils in there that had narcotic effects. And what they're finding now that it's been out long enough to do studies on it, is that vaping has its own kind of very brutal damage that it does to the lungs, depending on what kind of compounds that you're trying to vape. Some of these things are not meant to be ingested into the lungs. They're meant, like, for instance, CBD oil. There are people that vape CBD oil to get the THC not CBD, but it's basically oil that has marijuana oil in it. It's THC is the chemical compound. And the problem is, while they get that euphoric feeling from the drug compound, the solution that it's diluted into is not something it's something that's very harmful to the lungs. And what people are finding is it's causing lung disease in teenagers now because of the fact that you're ingesting an oil into your lungs and it's coating the inside of your lungs. Mm-hmm. So I totally agree with you. Vaping, if you were using it under the direction of a doctor to quit smoking, that's one thing. If you're doing either of these things recreationally, it's not a good thing.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for these two categories. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about public policies and politics.
Oh,
we'll be
boy.
right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens and our part 2 of our great debates of controversial topics. I'm going to talk about public policies. So, question number 1 is immigration beneficial or harmful for the United States?
I guess it can technically be considered as both. Well, one, you're getting more people into the country, and I guess diversifying the country more, helping the people, and also expanding the population. There can also probably come harms to that with expanding the population, having to get more food out, and maybe higher inflation or something. I definitely think, like...
Just to clarify,
well,
my perspective on the question here is legal immigration, not illegal immigration. So should the borders be open for legal immigration for people to come in, refugees, for instance, or people that are just relocating to the United States from other countries? Not the really controversial debate about illegals that are crossing the border without being processed correctly from immigration. So that might change your answer there.
Okay, well, people that are legally immigrated into the United States, I feel like that would still be pretty much beneficial. Because, like, one, yeah, it would...
Haven't really given it much thought.
I don't know. I guess I don't fully understand. Like, I understand what it's asking. It's just...
So, all right, it's worthwhile to have a discussion about it then. So, this country itself is basically built on immigrants.
Yeah.
You know, everything that we've done here has been, you know, people that have come from other countries. And unfortunately, some of the things we've done to the indigenous people as a result of that.
Yeah.
But nowadays, that immigration, you don't see the waves of immigrants coming over from Europe to flee famine and oppression and stuff like that. The immigrants that you have coming to us now are, you know, they're coming here for work, they're coming here for education like they always have. but you're having a good deal of people coming in as refugees from war-torn countries, or people that are coming in from countries that have had natural disasters and can't support their people. So what you have is you have a lot of people that are coming into the country now who may not be able to support themselves. Okay, so that's one thing. You have people that might not be coming in who are educated and ready to come in to take important high-paying jobs. You have people that are coming in a lot of times with absolutely nothing. They had to leave everything behind. You know, we look at the people that escaped the Taliban in Afghanistan. And a lot of those people had to find homes, and a lot of different countries took them in, the United States being one of them. But when they arrived here, they had almost nothing. They didn't have jobs. They didn't have homes. They didn't have people. A lot of times they didn't have family that they could depend on. And as a result, the government has to take care of them. So there's a certain, I don't want to say burden. I think burden's a little too rough, but there's a certain cost to bringing in immigrants like that some people look at it as an immediate detriment to the country because of that. Whereas other people look at that as a solid investment. We're going to save these people. We're going to do the right thing. We're going to do the humanitarian thing. We're going to bring them into the country. We're going to help them get back on their feet. And then when they get back on their feet, they're going to be productive citizens in the country here, and it's eventually going to pay off in the end. You have the fear that when you do stuff like this and you bring mass immigrants in for refugee purposes, that you're letting terrorists into the country as well. So those are some of the things to consider when you consider what you think. Do you think it's beneficial or harmful to the United States? With knowing all that now, what's your stance on it?
Well, knowing all that now, my stance would be, I'm still on, like, the humanitarian side. Like, yes, we should be helping these people, but I can also understand the financial aspect of the fact that a lot of them we can't really support themselves, thus the government has to support them, and thus the cost of taking care of them is pretty high. But again, I do feel as though once we help them, they will become productive citizens, and I just feel it's the right thing to do, and it's kind of, in a way, worth the cost.
And I think I'm on the same page with you. I think as long as there's a certain burden that decent people have to take on in order to do the right thing. And that comes from everyday stuff, from day to day up to the big, let's save a country full of people from tyrants. And we always have to make these decisions to do the right thing. And sometimes the right thing can hurt, and sometimes the right thing can cost. And I think in situations like this, where you have a mass exodus of people from a certain region or certain country, good people have to stand up and do the right thing. And sometimes that's just one country that does that. A lot of times that's the United States that does that. In this situation here, specifically speaking to Afghanistan, a lot of countries stepped up. And as long as society in general, not just the United States, but society in general, the world over, as long as good, decent people stand up and shoulder that burden and share that burden together, I think it's manageable. And I think what it does is it promotes a more enlightened approach, to countries, so that you don't have tyrannical regimes out there. Mm-hmm. If the good people aren't going to support those who stand up to tyrants, then you're going to see tyrants everywhere. Yeah. And tyrants need to be stood up to.
Yeah.
So if we're not going to go in, and I'm not advocating that we go in and fight these wars for the people that are in these tyrannical regimes, but if we're not willing to at least do our part to support them and to shelter them and provide them care, then we're just as bad as the tyrants are, really.
Yeah.
So So I'm with you on that one. So the next one is another really topical, controversial thing, and that has to do with police brutality. So you've seen a lot of stuff in the news lately about police and Black Lives Matter and police shooting and violently attacking minorities. And there's a lot of laws in place that protect police from being prosecuted in situations like this. You had the George Floyd case where a police officer knelt on his neck and he wound up suffocating and dying as a result of that. So the question here is, should police officers be charged with excessive force in cases of brutality like that? Do you think they should be held accountable in a court of law?
I mean, yeah. It's like, yeah, they should definitely be held with excessive force because especially if you kill the person and you didn't even give them a chance to defend themselves in court. Yeah, I definitely think they should be charged with excessive force.
So now it's worth noting that not every case is cut and dry like that. Well, so yeah. there are cases where use of force is required, okay? So there are certain protocols, certain rules that police officers have to follow for even drawing their gun, let alone firing it or hitting anybody. So as long as they work through those rules and they stick to the rule book, they're usually not prosecuted. But in situations where someone stole a car, it's a completely theoretical situation. Someone steals a car and they're racing away from the police. And the police get in the car and they chase him. And they chase him and he crashes the car and he runs away. And while he's running away, the police shoot him. Is that justifiable?
Probably not, no.
Right. If he turns around with a weapon, doesn't fire it, but he aims it at the police, is it justifiable? Then it gets a little grayer.
Yeah.
If he fires the weapon, but he doesn't hit a police officer, but he's firing indiscriminately in a public location, is that justified? If he fires and he hits a police officer, is it justified to shoot him at that point?
Mm.
So these are kind of the things that you have to take into account, because that's one scenario where you've got 4 levels of escalation right there.
Yeah.
And I think really any time that there's a situation where there's threat of bodily harm to the police or to someone else, you can justify a more energetic response, we'll say.
Yeah.
But at that point in time, can they be held accountable?
Well, I guess if, like, something does threaten the safety, I guess they don't really, like, especially if someone could have been endangered, yeah, they probably don't have to be accused for that, but if no one was being harmed and they were just running away, then it's kind of excessive.
Okay. I think that's a very clear distinction. So let's move on to something that's not nearly as controversial. Politics. So, should the government be responsible for guaranteeing the protection of your privacy? And now, let me preface this by saying when we talk about privacy, we're talking about all kinds of privacy. So you have people that invade your privacy at home, looking at your windows. You have digital privacy with people that are snooping on you and following you online. You have public privacy where you may be out of the mall and some creepy guy's following you around. So when I talk privacy, I'm talking about the grand scheme of privacy on all levels. Should the government be responsible for protecting that?
I feel on certain levels is when the government should be protecting people's privacy. Like with the whole public scenario, yes, the government should, especially in public places, they should help respect people's privacy. But in other, more tighter scenarios, it gets a little, like, okay, maybe you don't need to you shouldn't involve yourself, I guess.
Okay. So it's selective. It should be applied selectively. It shouldn't be a one rule fits everything scenario.
Yeah, kind of like with police brutality.
Okay, I could see that. So the last question we have on politics is one that's not all that relevant now, but it's something that creeps up in society periodically. And that is, should military service be mandatory for all citizens? Now, I ask this because in the past we've had a draft during times of war and times of police action, I guess I should say, where you have to register. Everyone, when you turn 18, has to register for the draft. I think everyone does now. I don't know. That's been so long for me, I don't remember. I know I did. And that makes you eligible to be called up for a draft during time of war under certain circumstances. But we have countries like the Soviet Union, when the Soviet Union was around, and there's a lot of other ones, but when you reached a certain age, you were required to join the military for a certain number of years. And that was how they kept their military numbers up. Should that be the case in the United States, where in order, as a product of being a citizen and the rights that you're granted from that, should you have to spend, I don't know, 2 years in the military?
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to have to give me more than grunts and sighs.
Yeah. This is definitely an interesting one.
How would you feel if the government said you had to join the military when you got out of high school?
I wouldn't really be too happy because, one, I'm still kind of young, and two, I really wouldn't know where to start, and three, it kind of scares me.
Okay. So then go on that. How do you now feel about the government imposing that on people?
I mean, like, imposing it immediately after you're done with high school definitely shouldn't be something that should be happening, I feel, because a lot of high schoolers don't, like, they're still kind of kids. Like, they might, like, be close to being adults, but, like...
Well, being in the military can make you grow up real fast, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So you're not in favor of it?
Not really.
Okay. And yeah, I can't say I blame you. I don't relish the idea of you having to go into the military as soon as you get out of high school either. There's a lot of benefits to the military. I'm certainly not knocking the military, so don't send me any hate mail.
Yeah.
The military has done wonderful things for a lot of people. I have a lot of friends of mine are former military. I had actually looked at joining when I was in high school. Unfortunately, for health reasons, I was disqualified. But I think there's definitely benefits to it from a growth standpoint, but also from a financial standpoint. The government does tend to take care of its soldiers, so it's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's not for everyone. And I think a voluntary military force is probably the best way to go at this point in time.
Yeah.
Especially during peacetime.
Mm-hmm.
So that was all we had for our questions this segment. When we come back, we have religion, we have relationships, and we never did any of the medical ones. I don't know if we'll get to those today, but we'll see how far we get and what our time looks like when we come back. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are debating some controversial topics, and we're talking religion now. So, question number 1, are Muslims discriminated the most compared to other religious groups in today's society?
I don't really know. I don't really know technically who would be discriminated against the most. Muslims are definitely discriminated against a lot in modern society, but then again, a lot of other religious groups kind of have that similar discrimination. Kind of like we mentioned, well, you kind of had mentioned last week, there's still a lot of religious conflict going on between varying religions, and I definitely think that there's still a lot of discrimination going on, not just with Muslims, but with a lot of religious groups. And I don't know if there's like one that's being discriminated against the most. It's kind of just like they're all being discriminated against, and I feel we need to put, like, there are probably ones that we should probably put more effort into discriminating against less. But basically, we're trying to eliminate discrimination of religion in general, so.
So, everyone gets discriminated against, and we should just stop discriminating against everybody.
Or at least put efforts towards
it. I can't argue with that. I mean, that's good logic. So, religion is interesting. Over the course of its history, religion has really been used as a control mechanism, at least in my opinion. It gives people focus and hope and guidance and all that stuff, too. But for the most part, people have used religion and God, in whatever form you refer to him in, to control people. You know, if you do bad things, you're going to go to hell. You know, that's really what religion's being used for, and to get people to do things. You know, if you're faithful, you'll go do this in the name of your God. So a lot of times religion is used to control the population and keep the population in check, with the promise of otherworldly rewards or punishments, things that normal secular society can't provide. Secular societies, you do something wrong, you're going to go to jail. You do something wrong, you'll be executed. And religion is used to say, okay, well, when you do something wrong and you die, you'll be tortured for eternity by the devil or whatever. And I'm oversimplifying it, of course.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, if that's what religion's been used for centuries, can you be good without God? Can you be good without religion? Or does society need religious guidance in order to be a civilized society?
I actually think we'd kind of be a little better without it. Again, I'm not, like, thinking about it in that context. I don't think anyone really needs to believe in a religion entirely. Like, while there can be benefits to it, there's also somewhat detriments and discrimination when it comes to it, and there's a lot of negatives that seem to be revolving around religion. And I feel that if you don't really want to be incredibly religious, you can live a fine life without it.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you. I feel the same exact way. I think if you're a decent person, you're a decent person. Doesn't matter what your religion is.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it for religion. I think we've exhausted that one. Relationships. This is always a fun one.
Yeah.
So this one's kind of a one-track, 2 questions here. Should same-sex marriages be legal?
Yes, I think they should. I think that if you two feel okay with each other and you both love each other, you should be allowed to marry. It doesn't really matter what your gender is or what your sex is or something like that.
Okay, well, that was kind of anticlimactic.
What do you mean?
I was expecting to have a discussion about that, but I agree with you. I don't think the state or the government or your religious order or whatever it is should tell you who you can and can't love.
Yeah.
And I think, nowadays marriage, ironically enough, it's traditional marriages that have devalued the institution of marriage over the last 50 years or so.
Yeah, like you always have the whole thing like, oh, my wife's always yelling at me, and you have like the boomer meme, like baby boomer memes of, oh, we have a horrible relationship, and it's like, yeah, people are finally starting to realize that, yeah, that's not really good.
Well, you just look at the statistics on divorce and you realize that your divorce rate's above 50% right now for heterosexual marriage. And it's like, okay, well, if the institution of marriage is a 50-50 shot, who are you to say that a same-sex couple shouldn't be married at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, well, and the last question that we have, because we're not going to do the medical ones today, we'll save those for a different podcast. This one is, should LGBTQ folks be allowed to adopt children?
I mean, yeah, I feel like anyone who has the ability and the care and want to have and take care of their own child and can't, for whatever reason, have their own, yeah, I feel like anyone should be allowed to adopt children as long as, they're going to provide them a good life and they're going to care for them.
Okay. I guess that sums it up there, doesn't it? But I agree. As long as you're a loving, you're bringing that child into a loving home and you can care for the child and you can attend to the child's needs and raise that child to be a decent human being, I don't think it matters what kind of relationship you happen to be in, or even if you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
Being a single parent is difficult, but there are a lot of single parents out there that are absolutely outstanding. So, okay. I kind of thought these were going to be more detailed topics, but I think we kind of are on the same subject with them.
I mean, we can try to make it a little more detailed if you want.
No, I don't want to, force the subject itself. Maybe we can, what? We've got time left. Let's go on to some of the medical questions since those were so fast.
Alrighty.
This is a great one. This is about as controversial as I think we've had so far.
Yeah.
Should vaccinations against COVID-19 be mandatory?
Oh boy. Yeah. Kinda, yeah. I kind of feel like in certain cases, especially considering it's been a pandemic, yeah, it should kind of be mandatory. Like, again, if it's a health problem or you... I don't know how to phrase the next part. Like, if it's a health problem, find out, just be safe about it. I don't know how to, like... I guess if your belief system...
They're controversial topics, so you can say it as long as you say it cleanly.
If your belief system is like against vaccination, I guess you are. I feel it needs to be required. Like, it needs to be required to to most people. Like the people who don't. There are different people who don't believe in it versus like people who just don't believe in it due to their religion.
All right, so hang on a second. Let me stop you right there. When you say don't believe in it, don't believe in what? That vaccinations are against their religion?
Like that.
They don't believe in the science? Like, what do you mean?
More the religion, that's probably the best way I can clarify
Okay,
it.
so there are religions out there that don't think you should be using modern medicine, that it should be a faith-based healing type scenario. And I'm not one to tell someone else how to have their own beliefs, but the problem that I have with situations like that is, you have a lot of people that are trying to claim religious exemptions for that, but they've had other vaccinations or they've had other medicines from modern medicine. And it's like, well, you can't have both. You know, if you want to live out in the country and you want to use natural herbs and remedies and stuff like that to keep yourself healthy, more power to you. If you've taken any over-the-counter medicine or any prescription medication at any point in time in your life and you're going to come to me and tell me that you don't believe in vaccines because it's against your religion, you don't have a leg to stand on.
Okay, yeah, so it really kind of just depends on who you talk about. But the people that don't believe in the science, yeah, they should just get it, just make it mandatory for them.
And I'm with you 100%. You know, when there is statistical evidence to say that vaccines have a clinical effect on reducing the spread, and people that I respect that I've known for years are going to come to me and say, I choose not to believe that. You know, I had a discussion with someone who's a colleague of mine some time back, and the claim that he made was, well, everyone's saying that COVID's killing all these people. Well, it's not people, it's people that already had pre-existing conditions.
Ah, that person.
And I made the point that I have a pre-existing condition. I have diabetes. And with medication and diet and exercise, my diabetes is under control. If I were to get COVID and die from a diabetic complication, it wouldn't be because I had diabetes, because it's under control normally. It would be because I had COVID. And he looked me in the face and he said, well, I just don't believe that. Like, he literally just chose not to believe facts. And at that point in time, I'm thinking, well, I can't have a conversation with you about this anymore because I can't apply logic. I don't know how to talk to nonsense. And it's people like that when you make vaccines mandatory, they're going to resist it until the end of time. So I personally don't think vaccines should be mandatory. I think vaccines should be voluntary. Because telling anybody that they have to put a chemical in their body, and that goes with all vaccines. I think the vaccines that you have to take for school, because you have to take certain vaccinations at certain intervals in order to attend public school, I think they should be voluntary. I think there should be consequences if you don't. I mean, we obviously believe in the science enough that you had those vaccinations. If you didn't have those vaccinations, I think the school system would be perfectly within its rights to say that we can't send you to school. Then it would be incumbent upon us to find an alternative way to educate you that doesn't require those vaccinations. So I don't think they should be mandatory. They're mandatory to attend the school. And I'm okay with that because it's their school. They can make their rules. That's why I don't think mandatory vaccines is a good idea for the public in general.
Okay.
All right, one last question, and we'll call it a day. And this might require some definition. You know what euthanasia is?
Yeah, I actually looked it up for this.
Okay, good. Should euthanasia be legalized for humans? Basically, should assisted suicide be legal for humans?
Okay. Well, for one, it definitely should not be for, regular people.
No, and we're talking about people that are terminally ill. For instance, I think of my father when it comes to this. My father had terminal cancer. The day that he was diagnosed with cancer, he knew he wasn't going to survive. There wasn't a treatment that they had that was going to help him because of the type of cancer he had and how far along he had. And he fought it for the sake of, the family, despite knowing that he wasn't going to get any better. And there came a point during that treatment where he was miserable. He was absolutely in agony, had no decent quality of life. And we basically had to watch him waste away to nothing and die. And it broke my heart to do that. And I talk about my father on on this podcast a lot. I was not particularly close with my father, but to have to see any human being go through that, knowing that they're suffering and knowing that I can't legally do anything to ease that suffering, it's a very difficult position. That's what we're talking about. People that are terminal, that are suffering, that ending their life is a merciful thing for them because of how much they're suffering. Should that be legal?
Yeah, like, it sounds like, from different perspectives, it can sound worse, but if there's absolutely nothing, no other alternatives, and they could just waste away, and if the option is there to just have them go peacefully instead of in agony, because no one would want to have someone just die agonizingly, in constant pain, and if you can just at least grant them the ability to die peacefully, as opposed to in complete and utter pain, knowing you can't do anything else to save them, yeah, I think it should be legalized for those specific occasions.
Okay. And I think we'll leave it at that. That's a very heavy topic to end on, very heavy question to end on.
Yeah.
And I certainly don't want to make light of it. Suicide is not something that should be considered under any circumstance, really. And, you know, I don't want to go into too much agonizing detail about that, but this is a very special example of what we're talking about here. And having lived through that and that decision myself, it's one that is very close to me, you know. So I think we'll leave it at that. I think we've managed to tread lightly enough through these controversial topics.
As best as we could.
I think we've done a very good job of covering some of these. And I think maybe we'll do this again sometime in the future when the political climates change and society changes a little bit and there's more topics, controversial topics for us to debate. But I really enjoyed these discussions.
Me too.
Before we go, though, I do want to once again invite you to write in. Invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, etc. I would also invite you to check us out, give us your feedback. You can email comments at insightsintothings.com. We also stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. Video versions of the podcast can be found on the web at podcast.insightsintothings.com, where you can find links to all that and much more on our website at insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
All right, hopefully we'll be back with a lighter topic next week to lighten things up and have a little bit more fun, but that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week, we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. How does, that number to me is just astronomical. Mm-hmm. What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, once you get past, honestly, 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just, these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them, let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, That's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, like how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable, really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2 or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost-benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt?
I mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan essentially. Now I know some people that are going into medical field, so they're going into grad school. So that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years. Are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not. Probably not, no.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage. Mm-hmm. So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with.
So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school?
Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school. Okay, you're pretty much you can just get loans, and there's not that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back. Mm-hmm. There's almost an assumption of, we'll pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds. And I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school. And it just seemed like, that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that? Right. But I ended up rethinking it because, just having the degree, you talk yourself into it. Yeah. And I'll probably talk more about that later, but just the mindset of kind of just accepting debt as a notion, you kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being something that was up top there that I didn't talk about. The Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah. If you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000, and by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. Though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more because people want to go to college. They can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s, when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T, okay? So prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand-built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase, too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied, where if the more people went to college, the cheaper it was. But it seems like it's the opposite.
It does. And then I have to take a look at what's the cost of college. What has gone up so dramatically for a college education? Is it technological advancements? Is it the cost of campuses? Is it property related? Like, what has happened in the last 20 years at your local college that would make it so much more expensive to go?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they're dealing with more money, maybe they just feel the need to spend more money on things that maybe they don't necessarily need, new facilities that might look nice and might provide for people that use them, but do we really need them? Or large structures, like parking garages and things like that. Are these things necessary? And maybe they're just spending that money because they have it. And that encourages the need for more money to keep doing that. I don't know.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That makes a lot of sense. And I also have to look at these colleges that are very athletically driven. Mm-hmm. All your Big Ten colleges and your Ivy League colleges where you're bringing in a significant income from the sports and athletics that are happening at your college. Why isn't that going into lowering the cost of tuition for your students?
Yeah. I mean, we could do a whole other show on college sports like that. I mean, they just had the NCAA ruling where they can get money from their image, which is nice, but
the schools still can't pay them.
Yeah, and the school's still getting a ton of money, especially big schools like that,
right?
Just on like the broadcast rights alone.
And that's what blows my mind is they're bringing in money hand over fist to the point that you've got college stadiums that are more well appointed than professional stadiums these days.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at it, I look at it very cynically, and it just seems like these are businesses first and educational institutions second, and they are very greedy.
Yeah,
and it just seems like they want to get as much money as possible out of people.
So Forbes did do a study on what's driving the increases in higher education. Now this study was done September of 2020, and their conclusion: college is expensive.
Good work, Forbes.
That was helpful. They said since the 1999 to 2000 academic year, the net price of tuition, fees, room and board at a public four-year college has increased 68%. 68% in 20 years. That's insane. The amount borrowed to go to college each year has doubled in the same time. And today, the cumulative federal student loan debt is over $1.54 trillion, more than double the amount of 2010. That's insane. They say that much of the focus around student debt is around rising tuition, and for good reason. As states disinvested in higher education, tuition increased across the country. Published tuition at public four-year colleges rose by 36% from 2008 to 2018, and in many states, tuition rose even more. Today, most student funding from states is 8.7% less than it was before the Great Recession, which should be a warning sign given the current economic situation. So there's a good driving force there that we're not talking your Ivy League schools. We're talking your state-sponsored schools. In New Jersey, we're talking your Rowans, your Rutgers, ones that get funding from the state. The state has now cut back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%. Yeah, exactly. How do you justify that? Yeah. So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So you were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me, and I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary, and it was very expensive living on campus. At least, I mean, there's options where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates. You split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially, and it's really great for some people. You know, you're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus, so you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that, or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth, again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your costs go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all, be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you. But it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. What are fees and where are they going? And it's like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff like that, where they try to hide all the costs. Yep. But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more upfront with these. So what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rise in cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college, that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some ways to address the student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that just, I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan. But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
and it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
that's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, this is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt. Mm-hmm. So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And like, I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah,
extremely predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created a High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. All these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying, but Washington's College Bound Scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hettinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this.
Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million,
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater, and really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist,
and that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back, so it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. Didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like, that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything like domino effect fell.
Right. Like, people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay, so if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make those debt go that debt go away.
It breaks the whole system.
Right. It breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
Debt drives the economy more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up. Mm-hmm. What you need is you need to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to these extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly, which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
Could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008, where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans, but once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds like a bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away, because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it, yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. As with
I was going to say, that's why it's on this show.
Most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician, you'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school's not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at what the future does look like.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. He would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not college debt.
They don't have any income either. But they go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage.
Yeah.
And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students who are the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's just the people that need the changes are the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt?
Absolutely.
Which you could also be co-signed to? How does that? That's
Absolutely.
crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it.
Yeah.
So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. Everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, no, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem. when nobody's looking at the expense problem. You know,
Right.
I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you control the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fairly as all your other debt is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you apply the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it with a bathroom. So
Right.
It's not like it was like,
Well, it was a shared bathroom too,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled. And until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end of
We
these
actually had some
shows,
solutions this time.
we did. And I think some of these, the problem actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students and, our students are the future.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're so laden with the debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need. Mm-hmm. Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So,
and then will they have to buy us out? There you go.
There you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us, give us your feedback, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 135, Getting Weird on the Yellow Brick Road. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my diligent and hardworking co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
Doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. So we took a week off last week, quite unexpectedly.
Unintentionally.
We had kind of postponed the weekday show that we were going to do to the weekend, and then the weekend came and went, and
see ya.
There just wasn't the motivation required to
wasn't
put a podcast
feeling well.
together.
Was feeling very off, very tired, headachy, and just not feeling myself.
How do you feel now?
Tired.
Tired and headachy? And...
No headachy. Well, I started working out in the morning again, so waking up early, makes for a very long day. By the time the evening comes along, I don't want to do much of anything, but I think my body's getting used to it now.
Yeah.
Plus,
that's good.
I'm still at home, but our daughter is back in school, and I've been taking her to school and picking her up, which is nice. So she gets to sleep in a little bit and not have to.
So you're driving the bus, basically.
My minivan is now the school bus. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm sure she appreciates it.
Oh, absolutely. A nice warm car versus a cold bus. So
there you go. Yeah. Cold infected bus too. So
right, exactly.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
Nope, not today.
Today in our Disney Detective, Disney's looking to dig up some local talent in New Orleans. Plus, Florida locals are buzzing about a sweet post-holiday deal.
Yum, yum.
Then, in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, why no one cared when Star Wars blew up a planet. And the wait for the next Star Wars game is almost over. And then in our entertainment news, Daniel Radcliffe is getting weird. And the Yellow Brick Road tour was on, but now it's off again. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week. And I think we have one afterthought to talk about in today's show. I left it in.
Oh, okay.
Surprise!
It's all surprise to me.
Before we talk about all that stuff, I do want to implore our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can subscribe to audio versions of this podcast, listed as Insights into Entertainment. And as always, video versions of this and all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your conventions and events coming up that we can plug for you. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those on our official website and more at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So our first story is Disney will pay you to star in an upcoming Haunted Mansion movie. And look how
wow, you almost coordinated that. That's
almost
impressive.
like I tried. So
for our listening audience, she does have one of our Haunted Mansion.
I have one of my Haunted Mansion
on.
sweatshirts on. So if you are a fan of the Haunted Mansion and are looking forward to the upcoming live action remake, we have some great news for you. It seems that the grinning ghosts are looking to cast you in the next Haunted Mansion film. Disney has been deep diving into the world of live action remakes. We've had a ton of animated classics that have now been remade into live action, like Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, Jungle Book, Cinderella, Lady and the Tramp, The Lion King, and more. So we've also seen that these live action takes on animated characters also such as Cruella and Maleficent. So when it comes to park adaptations, Disney has also been a little bit more hesitant. So Pirates of the Caribbean was the first ride to become a movie in 2003, starring Johnny Depp as Jack Sparrow, and even finding what would become the iconic face of the franchise was tough. Robert De Niro actually had turned down the role, and Disney was not sure if it would even find a theatrical release. Later that year, Eddie Murphy's Haunted Mansion would be released, but would not find the same success as Pirates of the Caribbean. In 2021, Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt starred in Disney's Jungle Cruise, which has already announced a sequel. Guess we should probably get to watch that. Yeah. So then when it was discovered that Disneyland's Haunted Mansion would have a live action movie in the works, with the working title of Joyride. So we already know that the cast includes Tiffany Haddish, Lakeith Stanfield, Owen Wilson, Rosario Dawson, and Danny DeVito. Now the film is looking for extras, and you can become one of them. So it was noted on NOLA, I guess it was a website, that they had posted, "Attention aspiring movie extras. A Disney feature film set to shoot in New Orleans is looking for a lot of you." The movie, which has a working title of Joyride, is apparently a reboot of the 2003 film based on Disney's Haunted Mansion attraction. The production needs hundreds of locals, males and females of all ethnicities and ages, to populate various scenes as extras in the background. Extras would be paid $161 for a 12-hour day on set. They would also receive $65 stipend every time the production requires that they take a COVID test. And it lists the casting agency, and who you should email. It's ghostsinfilm@gmail.com, with the subject of NOLA Extra. So anybody that's actually in the area, I don't know if they're still looking for people, but that would kind of be cool. So the audition notice goes into a little more depth about the plot of the movie. It says the plot reportedly revolves around a mother and a son who buy a New Orleans mansion only to discover it's haunted. They encounter various eccentric characters who are the key to unlocking a spooky mystery. Those characters according to a report last summer, include Harriet, a hapless psychic who is hired to speak with the spirits of the haunted mansion, and Ben, who was once an engineer working on a camera that could perceive paranormal activity, but after the death of his wife, his life fell into pieces. So now he is a ghost tour guide, an unenthusiastic ghost tour guide in the French Quarter of New Orleans who no longer believes in the paranormal. So kind of cool that they're, looking for extras, and
I think it's kind of neat that they actually go into details about the plot.
A little bit more about the plot than we've heard before.
Right, because it's not like the extras need to know what the plot's about, right?
Right.
So it almost seems like kind of a unintentional leak that they have.
Maybe, yeah, because you figure if it's taking place in New Orleans, you figure people are going to be walking up and down the street and things like that, where the original movie was basically set only in the house, and the only people that were in the house were the ghosts, so there really weren't extras, so to speak.
Well, the original movie was terrible, too.
Stop, it wasn't that bad.
It was not that good either.
Stop.
This reminds me of? This reminds me of when they had to do the quasi-emergency casting for the one episode of Mandalorian. And they wound up calling in
the 501st
to come in as stormtroopers as extras, which I thought was kind of
like this is kind of cool.
This is like for those diehard Haunted Mansion people. This is that
live down in that area. Yeah. Heck, if we were closer, I would totally do it to try and get a couple days. On set. That would be cool.
Well, maybe they'll do another one up here, a sequel up here. I don't know.
Yeah, I doubt.
Or maybe they'll do it up in Jim Thorpe, where the one hotel,
where the hotel,
after
right? That would be kind of cool.
After the hotel, so
that would be kind of cool. You hear that, Disney? Do it a little bit closer, please.
That's right. Do some real, shooting of what inspired the mansion.
Right.
So, what else do we have?
So, the life-size gingerbread displays are a treasured favorite each holiday season at Walt Disney World. So if you're not familiar with it, the Grand Floridian actually has the largest of the gingerbread houses, where it's, I don't think I have what the sizes are, but it's huge. It actually ends up being created every year of fresh gingerbread, and then they actually have like a little store, so they sell out of the gingerbread house these little things. So many guests visit year after year to experience and marvel at the beauty of these magnificent culinary creations. But have you ever wondered what happens to the gingerbread display once the holiday season is over? Well, I know you're buzzing with anticipation, and the answer is bees. Barry Stockwell, planned work specialist with event decorating support, explains, 10 years ago, when performing our annual gingerbread display cleaning, we noticed bees were very attracted to the sugar on the display after destruction. So we decided to bring the display pieces to our Disney tree farm and lay them out in the field to give the bees a chance to collect the sugar on the wooden structures. So it's only natural we would look to nature to help us at Walt Disney World, since as a company, Disney is committed to conservation and caring for the environment. With the bee populations declining around the world, Disney has made it a mission to provide pollinators with even more habitat and resources through pollinator-friendly gardens located across the property. And for the last decade, we've surprised local bees with this sweet gift around the holidays. So now thousands of local bees visit the displays each year to enjoy the sugary treat, which helps the declining bee population by keeping them well fed during the winter months when food sources are harder to find. The recycling process begins after the holiday season has ended, with the Walt Disney World event decorating support team and pastry chefs removing gingerbread from the wooden structure used to build the gingerbread displays. Once the gingerbread is removed, it's recycled to use for composting, leaving a wooden structure covered with royal icing made of sugar. The team then breaks down the structure piece by piece and transports it to the Walt Disney World Resort tree farm. Then it's up to the bees to find the sugar-coated wooden pieces and collect the sugar. After the bees have left, the wood pieces are power washed with hot water, and the display is stored until the next holiday season. So the story gets even sweeter. The bees that visit the gingerbread displays come from right here in Central Florida. Honeybees can typically travel up to about 2 miles in search of nectar and pollen, and in this case, sugar. Keeping the bees well-fed helps local farmers produce honey to harvest and sell to market, or even contribute to honey blends that are sold wholesale to large companies to use in delicious culinary creations, including, you guessed it, gingerbread. So keeping a lookout for these bees flying across property, collecting nectar, sugar, and pollinating the flowers around the park and resorts. You might just be responsible... They might be responsible for some delicious ingredients found in your favorite Disney dishes and desserts.
And, this doesn't come as a surprise at all from Disney, because Disney's very into environmental recycling and stuff.
Right.
And as much as I hammer on Disney, at least they do some of these things right.
Yeah.
What I think is interesting is when they build these gingerbread houses, they have a full structure, a wooden structure. Mm-hmm. And then they coat the wooden structure with this sweet spackle, I guess is the best thing I could call it.
Yeah, it's the...
And then they overlay the gingerbread on top of that.
Right.
But they take the gingerbread off. It's not the gingerbread that the bees are eating. It's that sweet spackle underneath it.
Right. They like the frosting that's underneath it.
Right.
And
so...
Yeah.
Bees are basically like children. They just want the frosting.
They don't want the cookie. But they do use the cookie to compost.
Right.
Right.
So and they still recycle the cookie too.
Right. And I'm sure there's still probably little pieces of gingerbread maybe, that are left. But it's nice that they don't just, compost everything. Hey, and especially Florida, they're almost as cold as we are right now.
When you go down to Florida and you go down and you go to the trash can to throw out your thing and the bees are all over the place, just think that those bees are there for a reason.
Yep.
I'm not sure it's a positive reason when you're putting your hand in the bin.
You don't want to... Here, I'm giving you something. I'm giving you a tribute. Don't hurt me.
So that's it for our Disney Detective today. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, how a creative disagreement saved a major Star Wars planet from destruction. This one comes to us from /film.com. When Star Wars The Force Awakens arrived in December of 2015, both critics and general audiences tended to be pretty forgiving of its flaws. Sure, it rehashed the plot from A New Hope and used contrivances to bring characters like Han Solo back into the fray, but it was also an energizing, loving ode to the original trilogy that tried to make a galaxy far, far away a little more inclusive. At the same time, the movie's attempt to tap into Star Wars fans' nostalgia didn't always work, like when it tried to capture the pathos of the scene in A New Hope, in which Princess Leia is forced to watch as the Death Star destroys her home planet of Alderaan by having the First Order use its own superweapon, Starkiller Base, to blow up the New Republic's capital of Hosnian Prime and the Hosnian system. The reason this moment didn't land, well, among other things, it left a lot of Star Wars fans confused, seeing as how Coruscant has acted as the galactic capital of the Old Republic before the Galactic Empire rose to power, and continued to serve as headquarters for the New Republic after the Empire's downfall and the old Star Wars expanded universe. So what then was the point of introducing a whole new planet that Star Wars fans had no attachment to and immediately blowing it up, rather than destroying Coruscant, which would have had a real emotional gut punch? Well, according to since-deleted tweet posted on Lucasfilm by Lucasfilm executive Pablo Hidalgo, The Force Awakens director J.J. Abrams had in fact intended for the First Order to destroy Coruscant in the film, but he was overruled and came up with the idea of Hosnian Prime being targeted by Starkiller Base instead. Hidalgo explains in the post, basically Abrams wanted to blow it up, Lucasfilm Limited didn't. Hosnian Prime was the unsatisfying middle ground. There are a handful of potential explanations for why some folks at Lucasfilm made that call. For one, it's plausible that certain people at the studio were already thinking about bringing the planet back in a future project, even when The Force Awakens was in pre-production. After all, we now know that Coruscant played a central role in Colin Trevorrow and Derek Connolly's original script draft for the third film in the Star Wars sequel trilogy Duel of the Fates. So it's possible a similar idea was in circulation at Lucasfilm before the pair came aboard. It's also possible that someone decided that destroying Coruscant would go over badly with the more nostalgic Star Wars fans, perhaps anticipating something like the response to Last Jedi and its more controversial creative choices. However, I would say if that was the case, then those people clearly left the company before Rian Johnson murdered Last Jedi. Whatever the case, it seems this one example of clunky storytelling from Force Awakens. This is one example of clunky storytelling from Force Awakens that Abrams does not deserve the blame for. And to be honest with you, it left me scratching my head too, because Hosnian Prime was never even mentioned until you get to the novels, and the novels that led up to Force Awakens didn't come out until after Force Awakens. So it made no sense to anybody that you just invented this planet that you arbitrarily picked as the capital of the New Republic. So, and then the fact that you shoot one beam and it magically splits and destroys the entire system of planets that all seem to be clustered together is kind of questionable. And I don't know. There were just some really bad storytelling going on there to try and recapture that impact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they didn't do much better in the next movie, but you certainly couldn't have done worse than, I think, The Last Jedi. Anyway, instead of ragging on Rian Johnson too much, let's move on to some good Star Wars news. The new Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga trailer has a launch date reveal now. Lucasfilm Games tells us that they've announced the highly anticipated Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, which will arrive April 5th, 2022. Welcome news made even better by the debut of an extensive new trailer featuring the biggest look yet at gameplay, worlds, and the humor of Lego Star Wars. And really, who doesn't love a dancing bantha? Coming to most major platforms, this latest extension of Lego Star Wars allows fans to play through all 9 episodes of the core saga, travel through hyperspace, and explore over 20 unlockable planets. It also offers an exciting mix of gameplay, from chaining attacks and lightsaber combat to space battles. Players can also unlock and choose from over 300 characters, the most ever in a LEGO Star Wars game. Some of the key changes to the Great Green Game franchise include the ability to explore the saga in any order. Players can dive into the Skywalker saga and access any of the 9 saga films right away in any order they choose, and they can direct where to go and how to play, which sounds exceedingly confusing to me, but should be interesting. This way you can skip Last Jedi if you want to.
Right, you can skip all the bad ones.
You can also play as iconic heroes and villains. There are hundreds of playable characters from throughout the galaxy and every era of the saga. Players can play as Luke Skywalker, Rey, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Finn, BB-8, and a legion of other heroes. Or they can turn to the dark side as Darth Vader, Emperor Palpatine, Kylo Ren, and more.
I wonder who you'll be playing as.
I'll be wearing
BB-8.
decidedly darker clothes than most in-game. You also get the laugh out loud LEGO humor for all the unforgettable moments from the entire saga. They're being retold in new, fun-filled, hilarious LEGO humor. You also get to discover legendary locales. Players can visit familiar places from their favorite Star Wars films, such as the Desert of Geonosis, the Swamps of Dagobah, and the snowfields of Starkiller Base. They can then travel through space and revisit any planet at any time. There's expansive hub areas based on memorable settings from the films, which offer fun quests and more to explore. And the biggest thing that they're really touting about the new game is the powerful player experiences. Players can play on the light side or the dark side, master combat, and take control of ships and vehicles for empowering adventures throughout the galaxy. So I threw this one in here because it's been delayed seemingly forever now.
Yeah.
We've talked about the delays a couple times, and a lot of people have been excited about this. I used to play this with Sam. I've played them with Madison. They're fun. They're carefree. It's a great way for parents really to interact with their kids in a video game. And it's a fun theme that I think we all enjoy.
Absolutely. I think Maddie, even though she's older, she would still enjoy playing this.
Absolutely.
Because the other thing too is she's still into Legos. She's, very much a Lego
That's the
engineer.
Engineering brain of
Right.
hers.
She likes to build things and that's part of playing because you have to get pieces to make stuff and, plus it's cute.
Yeah, they do a really good job of introducing the collectability, the adventure, the story, and they kind of blend it all together. They've always done a very good job of it.
Yeah.
So, it'll come out in April, and I'm sure we'll be getting it and playing it extensively.
I have no doubt.
So that's all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. So of all the musicians in all of history, few are so genuinely deserving of a biopic treatment as Weird Al Yankovic, the frizzy-haired Hawaiian shirt-adoring dude who's made a prolific career for himself, pumping out delectable song parodies from Eat It to White and Nerdy. Well, we're all now in luck. So that fabulous channel, Roku. It still makes me laugh. Oh, and you can't get it on Apple TV. I already looked, by the way. Awesome. Roku announced last week that an all-new feature film about the Grammy Award-winning polka songsmith, aptly titled Weird, the Al Yankovic story, is going to be made available exclusively on the Roku channel. It's described by the platform as holding nothing back in exploring every facet of Yankovic's life, from his meteoric rise to fame with early hits like Eat It and Like a Surgeon, to his torrid celebrity love affairs and famously depraved lifestyle, which is so not the case. There's certainly not one for hyperboles. And it gets even weirder when you think of casting for Al in his aforementioned frizzy hair and Hawaiian shirts, goofiness, and his general air of belligerence. I totally messed that up anyway, but Daniel Radcliffe probably wouldn't be the first person that comes to mind. But that's what it is. Radcliffe, the Harry Potter star, will be playing Al in the movie. Al said, when my last film, UHF, came out in 1989, I made a solemn vow to my fans that I would release a major motion picture every 33 years, like clockwork. And I'm very happy to say that we're on schedule. And I'm absolutely thrilled that Daniel Radcliffe will be portraying me in the film. I have no doubt whatsoever that this is the role future generations will remember him for. And then, if there's any justice in the world. When Weird Al first sat down against my will and told me his life story, I didn't believe any of it, but I knew that we had to make it into a movie, said writer and director Eric Abel, in a very earnest tone. We're clearly aren't enough biopic movies about famous musicians, and we were excited to shine a light on this incredibly true, unexaggerated story of Weird Al. This is sincerely the ultimate combination of talent, creativity, and friends coming together to make something genuinely funny, and we could not be prouder to call this film a Roku original, he continued. The Weird Al story is written by Yankovic and Appel, and along with his directing duties, Appel will serve as the executive producer. The film is being produced by Funny or Die and Tango, and Yankovic also serves as producer. The release date has not been announced, but shooting actually begins next month.
So I have to say that I'm very glad to see that they're coming out with this movie, because it lessens the guilt I feel over not buying the tickets to the Al Yankovic show that's coming to our area.
Yes.
So I feel a little less bad about that, but
because we're hopefully going to get a movie within a year or so.
Right. So we'll have to sit upstairs in a bedroom with a Roku TV and watch it, because that's the only TV we'll be able to watch.
That's the only TV we have it on. But yeah.
So this, I mean, just the way they're hyping this up now, you know, it's going to be hilarious.
It has to be, you know, and you know, every couple of days, Weird Al is, you know, tweeting about something about it. You know, he was excited about it. So it wasn't like it was just a story that nobody picked up. All these, you know, different celebrities are talking about it, and they're like, oh my God, why did it take so long?
It's almost appropriate that it's on the most obscure streaming channel on the internet.
Right
now,
right. You know, if we still had, you know, public access television, that's where, you know, it would be put on. And what was funny, because they a couple of different articles talked about the original spoof that Funny or Die did, which I'm sure you can, do a Google search and find it for the unauthorized, Weird Al story. And it, talks about, how he was dating Madonna for a while. And,
right.
And it was all this. And it was funny because when we went to his last concert, they showed, most of that too. So for fans that hadn't seen it before, that was their first look into it, or for, the younger fans. So that's a really funny one. It's probably like a 10-minute, a video clip to just watch and see, where this might actually be a little bit more serious, but still kind of along the, how can you take me seriously? Because this is what I do type thing.
Definitely looking forward to it. Mm-hmm. We're all Weird Al fans in this house.
Yes, we are.
So our next story, I got to set this one up, because our next story, like we said, we had skipped doing a show last week. The first part of this story was done for last week. And in that short period of time, it changed so much that the entire scenario has now flipped. So tell us about this one.
Yeah, so Elton John had revived his Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour after it had hit pause for the pandemic starting, and now they've had to postpone it because he's now tested positive for COVID. So Elton John, who turned 75 in March, canceled his goodbye shows Tuesday and Wednesday at Dallas's American Airlines Center and will reschedule those dates. The shows were originally scheduled for June of 2020, but postponed during the first wave of the pandemic. In a statement to USA Today, John's representatives said that the singer, who is fully vaccinated and boosted, is experiencing only mild symptoms. He's expected to resume the tour on Saturday in Little Rock, Arkansas. John's swan song launched in September of 2018 with a planned 300 shows on the docket. The tour chugged along up until March of 2020, when COVID-19 forced a nearly 2-year break. John returned to touring January 19th with a performance in New Orleans. The Farewell Yellow Brick Road tour has a slate of scheduled dates, including Chicago, New York, and Detroit, before wrapping this leg in April 28th in Miami. Then John heads overseas before returning to North America for a run of stadiums starting in July in Philadelphia. His prolonged goodbye tour is now scheduled to end summer of 2023. So much for wrapping it up anytime soon. So during the sidelining of his live performances, John hardly remained idle. In October, he released the Lockdown Sessions, a collection of duets with artists, all recorded either via Zoom or under strict health and safety regulations. The effort spawned the song Cold Heart, which marries Rocket Man and Sacrifice with a fresh vibe. The hit returned John to the Billboard Top 100 for the first time in 21 years and cemented his well-known appreciation of contemporary artists.
So, yeah, it's good to hear that he's only experiencing mild symptoms right now.
Absolutely.
But I got to give credit. I mean, he planned a exceedingly long farewell tour for someone his age, and he's sticking with it.
Yeah.
We just had the news that Adele had to cancel her residency.
Right.
Or postpone her residency in Vegas because of COVID. Mm-hmm. So it's a really tough time to be doing these types of things.
Right. And that's where, I guess, where we are, where we had, talking about Weird Al, we had the opportunity to buy tickets. The concert isn't coming to our area until October. And, part of it was, we can't really get good seats, but do we really, by October, do we want to be sitting with people?
Well,
and it's
like we had an opportunity to get tickets to see Eagles, and I love the Eagles. I'd love to go see them again. We've seen them 3 times now, 4 times.
I think so. but the Eagles concert
was a couple of weeks from
it was in 2 months.
And it's like, I'm not ready to go back into an arena that soon.
Right. And that's the other thing too, is it would be an indoor arena. It's not even like, oh, well, it's outside and we can walk around the concourse and, maybe nobody will be sitting next to us. Ha ha ha.
Right.
Yeah. So it's.
Yeah, if I'm going to pay what it costs to go to an Eagles concert, I don't want to risk my life doing it, too.
It was going to be a mortgage payment.
So, but yeah, I mean, we wish him well. We hope he gets better quickly. I probably would hold off on that farewell tour until things calm down quite a bit. I mean, I know he wants to get it over with and retire, but you might just have to retire, dude. Like.
Yeah,
it might be the
that
best
would be
thing.
A shame if
but
he wasn't able to.
You got to do what's right for you and your family.
Absolutely, and that's the idea.
His idea is he wants to retire and
to spend more time with his kids
with his family. Yeah, so it's like that's the important thing. That's the driver here, and you can't put your health at risk in the process of doing that. So
that is true.
We'd all love to see him. I'd love to see him again. We saw him in concert a few years back when he and Billy Joel were touring together. Puts on a fantastic show. I'd love to see him again, but you got to do what's right for you and your family.
Yep.
So, but that was it for our entertainment news this week. We'll be back in a few seconds with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick is a movie that came out in theaters at the end of the year, but also was released on Amazon Prime, and it is Being the Ricardos. So the movie takes place during 1 week of production of the I Love Lucy show. From Monday's table read through Friday's audience taping, Lucille Ball, who is played by Nicole Kidman, and Desi Arnaz, Desi Arnaz, who is played by Javier Bardem, face a series of personal and professional crises that threaten their show, their careers, and their marriage in writer-director Aaron Sorkin's behind-the-scenes drama. So, largely departing from its source material's lighthearted tone, Being the Ricardos definitely wasn't short on real-life drama. The film was told of a whirlwind week for Desi and Lucy, and in the midst of this dramatic Red Scare, Lucy has found out that she is now pregnant with her second child, which kind of puts the whole show's production in a tailspin. And then there's a story about Ricky that comes out that he might be cheating on his marriage. So although director Aaron Sorkin played fast and loose with the real-life timeline, most of the events in the film were true. It just didn't happen that accurately or within that 1 week. One of the largest not-so-secrets about I Love Lucy was the backstage bickering specifically between Vivian Vance and William Frawley, who played Ethel and Fred. But while Being the Ricardos incorporated some animosity between the two, all in all, it downplayed their feud. So this was a very interesting, again, it was a biopic. So, again, the different aspects of it were true. All these different things had kind of happened, but not in the timeline that they showed. It didn't just all happen in 1 week. They kind of do it almost like a little bit of a documentary where they have some of the original writers who have all passed away. None of them are alive, saying, oh, this is what happened that week. Kind of introducing how it goes on, and then you kind of...
Like a docudrama. Almost.
Yeah, kind of like a docudrama. And then they do some flashbacks. You can kind of see where, Lucille Ball, she was a B actress. She was a contract player for so many years, and she finally gets let go. And it's like, well, now what am I going to do? And where she meets Desi and how that whole relationship started and things like that. And then that, Desi didn't get as much of accolades for, you know, what he brought to the table with producing the show and doing all these ideas and things with the cameras and, you know, things that they do nowadays with sitcoms were all started by him. It was all his idea. So it was very interesting to see that. And then again, the relationship between Vivian and Lucille, because, you know, Vivian, you know, wanted to be kind of the sexier friend, but they needed her to be frumpy, so they got mad at her when she was losing weight. And then the other thing too, and it never really dawned on me, there was like a 20-year age difference between Vivian Vance and William Frawley, and he's the husband and wife. So like, it never dawned on me that there was such an age difference, and that was a big animosity, you know. So a lot of the bickering that you saw on the show went on in, you know, the daily routine and whatnot. And at the end of the film, they do have a little blurb about, you know, how long the show lasted, and that, you know, right after the show lasted, that's when they filed for divorce and, you know, whatnot. So they gave you the realistic, you know, background, but it was very well done. If you're a fan of, you know, I Love Lucy, or to get a sneak peek of it. Now, I think there's actually another I Love Lucy documentary that's coming out as well. So, you know, seems to be a hot topic, you know, right now. So very, very good if you're you know, interested in little biopics like that.
Good pick.
Thank you.
So, at the risk of beating a dead horse here, I'm going to talk once again about The Expanse, this time
your favorite
specifically
show.
The season 6 finale. And I think I might be going to the well one too many times with The Expanse again, but it'll surely be the last chance for a while to do so. So the books and the show are so good I can't recommend it enough, obviously. With us digesting the 6th and final episode of season 6, I think it deserves a little extra attention. Holden and the crew of the Rocinante fight alongside the combined fleet of Earth, and Mars to protect the inner planets from Marco Inaros and his Free Navy's campaign of death and destruction. Meanwhile, on a distant planet beyond the rings, a new power rises. In the thrilling season finale, which I love how they term it as a season finale, not a series finale, so I'm curious if the wordplay is interesting or significant. Inners and Belters fight side by side with the crew of the Rocinante in a last massive, desperate battle with Marco and his Free Navy, with the fate of the solar system, the ring gates, and all of humanity hanging in the balance. So without giving away too much in the way of spoilers, here's my thoughts on the finale. As with so much of the rest of the series, it was remarkably loyal to the books and its content. Reading things in the books, we always try to imagine how it would look on screen, and I think they can't possibly pull something like that off without a major motion picture budget. Then I watch the show, and I'm impressed every time they pull it off, and they exceed my expectations. There was just enough foreshadowing to leave the uninitiated guessing as to what comes next if you haven't read the books. So they put enough teasers in there to kind of whet your appetite. The conclusion itself is tastefully done, bringing the entire 6 seasons full circle, with a cast of characters being exactly who we knew they were, and a final act of following one's conscience similar to what started everything back in Season 1, Episode 1. Our heroes dramatically drift off into the sunset with the promise of a new day and the looming shadow of yet another threat to the galaxy waiting in the wings. I can't wait to see how the next season or series or movie or whatever it's going to be turns out. There's just enough deviation from the books to make the shows fresh and interesting and leaving me guessing, which I like. But they also close enough plot points to the books to be like wrapping yourself in a comfortable blanket while you enjoy watching the crew you've come to love doing their thing. I love the finale, but I'm already jonesing for more. So hopefully we won't miss The Expanse for too long, There's rumors that it's going to be coming back in another series, that a sequel series that they termed it as, and possibly a movie. They're referring to the episode 6 as the season finale, not the series finale, so that gives me some hope. There's a ton of story left out there. They got 3 novels left to delve into the story. They've already set the plot points for the next novel, and I'm interested to see where they go with it.
And the other thing, too, that we haven't figured out how to do yet or look for is that there's supposed to be the little web segments that are intertwined if you look on a device. You can't do it if you're watching it on Apple TV or...
Right, you have to do it on a tablet.
You have to do it on a tablet, so that would be interesting to kind of go back through to catch those little things.
It only amounts to about a half hour's worth of material, but it's definitely worth watching. Yeah. I think there's 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, so that's something we need to kind of dig through and find.
So we'll definitely be doing that to tide us over until we get some more of the Expanse. So that was my pick. We'll be right back with our afterthoughts. Thank you. So we have one afterthought today. What is that one?
It is
Zolocon.
I didn't want to steal your thunder. That is the first weekend in March. It is Saturday, March 5th and Sunday, March 6th. Children 12 and under are, 4 to 12 are free. What? Children, it was weird the way it's... So
4 to 12 are 5.
Right, are $5 with it. Adults, and then 10 and under are free.
And that's so Saturday.
Oh, on Saturday. Gotcha.
You wrote this.
Did I? So anyway, children 10 and under are free on Sunday, but on Saturday it seems
so if you're taking $5. Kids, go Sunday.
It's free. I know Sunday they do a costume contest. They have, a bunch of local artists show up there. Obviously, a bunch of different vendors selling new toys, old toys.
So even if you're not into toys, go to Zolocon just so you can get into the Fuge and see it. It's the coolest venue I've ever been to.
Yes, if you are any way, shape, or form into space stuff, NASA, anything to do with that, sci-fi even, it's such a cool place. Unfortunately, some of the area, they don't have as much to look at as they used to. They got rid of some of the displays and stuff, but just the main room, you're sitting there and there's the centrifuge right there.
The world's largest centrifuge. It's so powerful, they actually had to specially locate it here because the bedrock is so close to the surface of the ground. They had to anchor it in the bedrock, and anytime they spun it up, they had to notify the local power company because they had to put extra power on the grid to handle it.
I believe it. But it's cool because, one of the areas where you go upstairs, it's the little control room.
Right.
And all the stuff, is still there, and you kind of walk, and then here's a banquet room.
Right, right.
It's just a very cool... feel to it, and it's one that we look forward to. Unfortunately, when they had it last year, you weren't feeling that great.
Right.
So Maddie and I went and met up with some friends and went to it. So
I don't care. You're wheeling me out there in a wheelchair this time. I'm going. I'm not missing it this year.
Yeah. Very, very cool. And you find just strange and unique things, and a
lot of vendors, great selection of vendors there.
Yeah.
Artists, everything. It's one of the best ones in the area.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's March 5th and 6th.
In Warminster, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
No problem.
And that's it for the show. But before we do go, I would want to once again invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment, video versions listed as Insights into Things. We're on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc., etc. I would also invite you to check us out elsewhere. You can give us feedback at comments@insightsintothings.com.
Find us on Twitter at insights_things.
You can find us streaming 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find YouTube videos, all of our shows on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can also find audio versions of us on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
Did you say videos?
You can get that last one.
Oh, okay. The website ones?
Yeah.
Okay. Or you can go to our official website for links to everything and anything about us, and that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. That was a quick transition there. I hit the button too soon.
Oh, gosh. How are we going to edit that in post?
We're not going to edit it. It's fine. I make mistakes. Big deal. I was moving the board around that has all the buttons on it, and I shouldn't do that while we're live, actually, I guess. Anyway, welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 137. The Great Debates, Controversial Topics. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my insightful and intelligent co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
As long as I stop hitting the wrong buttons at the wrong time, I should be fine.
Yeah.
So how was school this week? Anything exciting?
So far it's been fine. I've had some moments where it's like, okay, don't really want to work with people. There was a fight in lunch today, so I guess that's kind of interesting.
That's exciting. Was it scheduled? Were people putting bets on it or anything?
No, but everyone took out their phones to record it, and the entire lunchroom stopped.
That's sort of what you do in this society today, right?
Yeah, even my friend who didn't have her phone out, said she wanted to record it, and I just thought, yeah, that's just what society wants to do today. They just want to find disaster, record it, and then publish it to become famous, blah, blah, blah.
Everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame. Not everybody can have a podcast like you, you know?
Yeah.
People have to find their own way to get famous. So this week we're changing things up a little bit. we're going to get a little controversial, as a matter of fact. So instead of focusing on a single topic, like we usually do and dissecting it to help folks with, I wanted to get your perspective on some what are often considered controversial topics. And really it's a series of debate questions, and we're not going to get through the whole list. We talked about that. So we have a couple different topics of discussion, categories, I should say, in each segment, and we'll pick and choose and we'll see where the conversation goes. But a lot of these are things that I'd really like to get the perspective of a teenager on. I mean, that's really what the original purpose of this podcast was. It was to sort of get your pulse on things. So just a general word of caution to our audience. We will be discussing a few topics that might not be appropriate for younger audience members, but we will endeavor to keep it as mature and age appropriate as we usually do. Ready to get into it?
As ready as I'll ever be.
All right. Yeah, there are going to be some uncomfortable questions here, I'm sure, but
yeah,
I'm sure we'll navigate our way through it. Before we do get into it, I would want to invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found as Insights into Things, and we're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to write in, give us your feedback, reach out to us through social media. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, you can find us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can find links to all those and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
if we have to be.
All right. I love the enthusiasm. So the first set of questions that I have centers around education. And I'm going to throw the first one out there that's probably going to be a very uncomfortable question for you. And that is, should sex education be a mandatory subject for middle school and high school students?
Okay. As much as I would like to not learn about that stuff, considering I don't really feel like learning about it because it just makes me physically uncomfortable, I guess it is important to know that, and I guess learn of ways to be safe in that kind of stuff, and learn, stuff about that. So I understand the importance of it, and while I wouldn't really like to learn about it, I guess it is important for people, for high school and middle school students to know, just so that, one, they can stay safe, and two, they just know about it.
Well, and it's also important to keep in mind that it's not just about, safe sex, contraception, birth control, stuff like that. It's also about personal hygiene, reproductive health, and a lot of the physiological changes that kids are going through as well that they teach you about. It's stuff that, in my opinion, it's stuff that the parents should be teaching the kids, certainly. Mm-hmm. But it's something where I think the schools are performing a useful service, because there's a lot of kids who don't have parents that are probably as comfortable or open-minded as Mommy and I having these discussions with you.
Yeah.
And kids that don't get this type of education about these very important subjects, it can wind up causing problems later on. So with that in mind, what kind of education have they had on these topics with you in your school?
Like, for the stuff I've had now, I know that, in 6th grade, they kind of show you around the time you're having puberty, they show you various puberty videos, and, they educate us on what we're experiencing, hormones and just physical changes and stuff like that. And I know they have the seniors taking a sex ed course in my high school.
Okay. And that, that kind of makes sense that they're covering things along those lines at the time where it's age appropriate. But they're difficult topics, it's a very personal time the kids go through when they're going through these changes, and it's a very confusing time. And I think part of the resistance that kids have is that's really not the kind of audience that you want to be sharing that kind of information in. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, pretty much. I know that most people feel very uncomfortable having to watch those videos and learning about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a more appropriate or more comfortable environment to do that in. But again, that's where it comes down to the parents, and not all parents have the time to do it. Not all parents are comfortable doing it. And some kids, I have to assume some kids wouldn't be comfortable getting that kind of information from their parents either. Mm-hmm. How did mommy and daddy handle that with you? Have we done a decent job at that for you?
I mean, I technically started asking about it due to the videos that they showed us in school, but when this stuff actually happened, you definitely made sure to inform me about it, specifically mommy, because, she went through the same thing I did.
Yeah, there's certain things that I can research and talk about, but having firsthand knowledge of someone who has the experience, there's really no substitute for that.
Yeah.
That's certainly the case here. So let's talk about something a little less uncomfortable, and that is, should energy drinks and sugary snacks be banned from schools? And when I say banned from schools, I'm not talking about kids bringing them in. I'm talking about the schools selling those types of things and basically profiting on unhealthy habits, introducing unhealthy habits to kids. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, giving unhealthy habits to kids is probably something that schools shouldn't be doing. But at the same time, I don't want, kids to, it's okay to have, a snack every once in a while. And I guess promoting this might not always help that. So, I suppose I can understand both sides of the argument saying, they shouldn't do it because they shouldn't be profiting. Like you said, they shouldn't be profiting off of unhealthy habits for kids. And then I can see, the kids would really prefer to have snacks because their parents don't really pack them anything. And, if the schools didn't necessarily profit off of it, and it wasn't, in that kind of way, I wouldn't really be, I guess what I'm saying is just maybe sell healthier snacks. Because I'm not opposed to schools, selling kids food, just, maybe it could be a way to promote healthier eating habits, get food that's going to be healthy for kids, but that they'll still enjoy and want to get.
And that makes perfect sense. One of the complaints I think I have at work, we have vending machines in our cafeteria at work, and we have one that's a snack machine and one that's a drink machine. Well, the drink machine doesn't even have water in it, so you can't get bottled water. So you have to drink a sugary type of drink or a diet drink if you get anything out of it. And the snack machine itself has literally no healthy snacks in it. And, being diabetic, I have to be careful how much carb intake I have and how much sugar intake I have. And there's really not a lot of choices for me there. I don't know if kids in school are facing these same types of things, but are you, when you consume something at school, are you concerned about the nutritional value of it, or is that something that's completely out of consideration for you?
I mean, I don't really get anything from the school, but I do know the school does have its vending machines and stuff at lunch that you can get. And, I can definitely understand that, a lot of this doesn't seem like the most healthy thing ever. And, I mean, the thing is, I know that everyone, complains about the lunches that the school makes, and a lot of the times, I'm guessing, they just want some actual food, so they get the snacks. And I guess the thing is, I just think it would be better if there was something healthy that kids would actually like to eat.
Okay. I think having that desire to have the food there is important. Otherwise, nobody's going to consume it. But I think it is important that it's something that's fairly healthy for the kids.
Yeah.
So the next categories, and we're going to kind of move on from the education side of things. The next category is personal decisions. And I think this first one, being a young lady, is a very important one to someone like you. And that is, should birth control products be easily accessible to teens?
So, I know that birth control is basically like, it basically helps to stop, like, women getting pregnant. Basically.
Exactly, yes.
And to be fair, considering how some teens do make some bad decisions, I guess it would be good to make it accessible to them because, I mean, they could make they could end up making a decision that would result in them getting pregnant, and if they had birth control, it would probably help prevent that, and it would help them to keep safe if they were going to live that risky lifestyle.
So with that in mind, who should be responsible for providing that? Is that something like, there's various forms of birth control. There's prescription birth control pills. There's prophylactics that you can buy over the counter. Is that something that should be made available in schools? Or is that something that you should be getting at a pharmacy? Is that something that a doctor should be prescribing? Where should the source of that be?
I definitely don't think schools should be giving it because, one, I don't think they should have the right to do that, and two, I think it's just up to the teen and their doctor and the family because, like, certain birth controls might be harmful for others, and, I would definitely think that it would be better if, it was more of a personal thing rather than a school thing to do. So, your personal doctor, your parents, I definitely don't think it should be given out by the school.
Is it something, assuming it's done by a medical professional, is that something where the parents should be involved in that? Or is that something where a teenager should be able to make an appointment with their doctor and handle that type of transaction in the privacy of the doctor's office without her parents knowing?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on the instance. I think in some capacity, maybe you might want to let your parents know, but if you do feel as though you need the privacy, then yes, get the privacy. But if you feel comfortable enough letting your parents know and, and they're comfortable allowing you, then yeah, you can let them know. But ultimately, I do think it's the teen's decision since it's their body.
Okay, fair enough. So going along that same mindset, the next question I have here is, you've already pointed out the fact that some teens make bad decisions, and it's not just teens. Everyone makes bad decisions.
Yeah.
But some teens make bad decisions and wind up in a situation where they may be expecting. So should teen girls, should it be legal for teen girls to terminate pregnancies?
Honestly, I know this topic is definitely one of the more controversial ones, and
hence why I made this list.
Yes. And to be fair, yeah, I think it should. If there are ways that will help them and do it in a manner where they won't get hurt, where the teen themselves won't get hurt and will still be okay afterwards, then yeah, I'd say legalize it because they're a teen and in a lot of instances they're not exactly able to take care of a child. And the thing is, if you think about it in a slightly different perspective, the kid could end up growing in a household where the teen isn't able to even take care of the kid and will end up having to give them up for adoption, or the kid would just live in a neglective household or a household where they're not going to be able to get a proper life and are more than likely just going to be miserable. And while, yes, it's bad, it might be bad to get rid of the child when it didn't have a chance to live, in a lot of cases, you gotta think of it in terms of how would it affect both the mother and the child. The mother more than likely will be under a lot of stress considering, yes, they're a teenager, and yes, they did this, and thus they have to live with it, but, like, not every woman is made to be a mother. That's the best answer I can come up with. Basically, they might not be able to take care of a child for one reason or another, or they might not even want to have a child for one reason or another. And having that responsibility, not everyone can handle that, especially when they're a teen. And it would just be better for the teen if they didn't have the child. It'd be better, they'd have a better life and would still be able to live a good life without having the child, and it would probably be better so that non-existent that child wouldn't have to go through the hardships that would have to come with being a teen mother. But it's ultimately up to the mother's decision.
And certainly having a child is a huge impact, huge change on one's life, and a huge responsibility. And you're right, teens probably aren't prepared for the responsibility that comes with it. They certainly aren't equipped to provide for the child, so no argument there. My follow-up question to that is, you mentioned the possibility of having to give the child up for adoption, and you mentioned that almost as a detriment, as a downfall, or an alternative, an undesirable alternative. Do you think that adoption is a viable option if there's an unwanted pregnancy involved?
I mean, yeah, I never really meant that as a bad thing. It's just, yeah, if you can't raise a child, yes, putting them up for adoption might be a different alternative that you could take. It's just, a lot of people don't really want to have to resort to that, I know, and, like I don't, if you decide to give your child up to adoption as opposed to terminating your pregnancy, that's fine. The child could probably still find a family and live a good life, so I guess that could also be an alternative if you want to go with that route.
And, it's not a black and white situation here either, because there are certainly health considerations that are at play, where, having a child can pose a health risk both to the mother and the child when you go to full term. So that's certainly a situation there where if there is a health risk to the mother, adoption might not be a viable option.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. It's a very personal choice. And it's something that's a very difficult topic to kind of nail down what the right answer is, because it's very situational. So good answers, though. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about public policies and another controversial category, politics. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are debating some of the more controversial topics in society. And we're going to talk about public policies. So the first question I have here is one that's in the news constantly. Should there be a minimum wage? Now, right now, everyone's talking about the minimum wage being raised to $15 an hour. Should there even be a minimum wage that's enforced by the government on private business owners? That's the question to you.
Okay, so the minimum wage is basically like the minimum amount a job can basically pay someone.
That's correct.
So, I mean, I guess in a way, it shouldn't entirely be all determined by the government, and it should also be the actual owner of a certain occupation that should allow, like, what their minimum wage should be. But at the same time, you don't want, like, a corrupt CEO of a company ripping off their work employees. But I definitely don't think the government, in a way, should enforce their own minimum wage, and that maybe it should also be more or less part of a decision between just the people who run the company.
So there's, I guess it's kind of a more complex situation because a lot of states have minimum wages, and then the federal government has a minimum wage. And the federal government typically, their federal government's minimum wage is usually lower than the states. So there's a big push nationally now to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, which a lot of states, like the federal minimum wage, I think was at $7.35 or something, and most states are $7, $8 an hour, something like that. So a raise to $15 an hour is a significant raise. Which would have an impact on the businesses that have to now pay that because they're not going to double the rates of all the products and services that they provide because nobody will use their services at that point in time. But at the same time, the cost of living continues to go up. So $15 an hour in most areas of the country is still below what's considered the poverty line. So the poverty line being the absolute minimum you need in order to put a roof over your head, put food on the table, and so forth. So if $15 an hour is below that, how much of an impact do you think $7 an hour would have on people that are making that now and trying to make a living and support a family?
Considering the fact that having an even higher minimum wage isn't entirely enough, it's probably even worse with only $7. Like, they might not be making enough to even get certain necessities. Like, they might not have enough to have a good shelter or get good food or have correct plumbing.
Right. And that's one of the big considerations that companies face now is that you have employees who can't afford to work. And in fact, during COVID, when they had a bonus on the unemployment that was paid for by the government, it was cheaper for people to quit their jobs and collect unemployment than it was to continue working. They would make more money on unemployment in many cases. So if the federal government mandates $15 an hour, what recourse or what do you think the companies that have to support that are going to do? What kind of impact is that going to have on them and ultimately on the consumers?
They're probably going to be charging more.
Right.
And thus the amount people have to pay to get their products is going to increase, and thus more than likely inflation is going to get higher.
Right, and it's pretty bad right now. One of the other negative side effects is if I've got 5 employees that I'm paying $7 an hour to or $8 an hour to, and tomorrow the federal government passes a law that tells me I have to pay $15 an hour. Well, I can't afford to keep those 5 employees anymore. So 2 or 3 of those people are probably going to lose their jobs. And the guys that are left over are going to have to work twice as hard, or the services or products that I put out are going to have to diminish in quality in order to compensate for it. So typically the cost of the minimum wage is usually something that's increased gradually over time. So the effects of it on businesses and society are not that dramatic. Mm-hmm. But there's this major push now that is really a huge jump that a lot of people are very worried about. Do you think that jump in the minimum wage is good, or is that like that $15 an hour, is that something that we should work towards over a few years?
Probably work towards over a few years, because just having that jump is going to really impact the economy, and more than likely going to do so in mostly negative ways.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think a lot of other people kind of feel that way too. So the next question that we have on public policies is, should there be exceptions to freedom of speech?
I mean, I feel as though if you're not really intentionally trying to hurt anyone, I feel it's fine, but I guess in certain instances, yeah, like, freedom of speech should, in a way, be restricted. Or just there are exceptions to it.
Well, and there are restrictions now. You know, obviously you can't stand up in the example everyone always gives.
Yeah.
You can't stand up in a crowded movie theater and shout fire because you're a public menace.
Yeah.
It gets a little bit more confusing, a little bit more foggy when you start talking about some political speech.
Yeah.
Right? So, for instance, you have one whole segment of the population who is convinced that the 2020 election was stolen from Donald Trump. And they're going out there and making all kinds of allegations and statements and stuff like that without providing any proof of it. And they're getting banned. A lot of people are getting banned on social media. Is that considered dangerous? Like, is that something that would be restricted, like shouting fire in a theater?
I mean, especially if it leads to some kind of violence or outrage, yeah, in a way.
Okay, so let me ask you something else. So let's go back before the country technically was the country. And you had Britain that was oppressing, we'll say, the colonies, and you had colonists who were trying to express that discontent by the acts of vandalism, really, that it was, of the Boston Tea Party, where they were protesting the tax on tea and the monopoly that they were giving to a company, and they tossed a lot of value of tea into the harbor in Boston. Is that freedom of speech? Is that political speech? Is that something that should have been restricted under the Constitution? How would you have ruled on that one?
I kind of figured you were going to bring up something like this when we mentioned this. I mean, I guess in certain instances, freedom of speech can definitely be subjective. Especially when compared to a lot of cases, like throwing the tea away in the harbor was a way to get America to stop to stop Britain from being corrupt. And it was an act of defiance since they had been basically taxed unfairly.
Okay, so that should be allowed.
Well, I mean, probably not now.
Okay. So it's an exception, but it's an exception with a time limit on it.
It's just like, I guess if it's yeah, this is definitely controversial.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So sometimes it's not as black and white as you think it is.
Yeah.
You know, another great example is Martin Luther King's March on Washington, where they had this large crowd of people that were peacefully demonstrating. And, you know, Martin Luther King gives a speech up there and riles up the crowd. Well, thankfully, no violence happened there. But the same type of thing could have been attributed to Donald Trump on January 6th, where Donald Trump held a rally because he felt he was unjustly removed from office. He riles his people up, and they go and they storm the Capitol. Was the rally freedom of speech, and was that okay? Was the march on the Capitol okay? What part of that was freedom of speech, and what part of that broke the law and the freedom of speech needs to be curtailed? Because a lot of people that showed up at that march on the Capitol will tell you that they were just exercising their free speech and showing that they're just content for the government. And they would have been perfectly right in that interpretation of it. So where do we draw that line? Is there a fine line? Is there a place where we draw that line and say, yes, it is freedom of speech and you can do it, and no, it's not?
I guess it's when it's kind of attacking the country in a way. Like when it goes against the country, when violence breaks out, and when it's just unjustly not okay.
So when you break the law,
basically,
it stops being freedom of speech. I'll buy that. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So we've kind of danced around the subject of politics. Let's dive right into it this time and ask a couple of political questions here. One of these is one of my favorite questions, and I have very strong feelings on, but we'll ask the other one first.
I know that one.
Should the U.S. government, and this is very timely because we're about to get involved, it looks like, so should the U.S. government be involved in domestic issues of other countries?
I mean, I could see us supporting other countries in their disputes.
Okay.
So I would definitely say that trying to help out other countries would be okay.
All right, so I have a couple of quick scenarios here.
Okay.
So Tonga, you may have heard in the news, Tonga just had a major catastrophe. They had a volcanic eruption there, and they're having difficulty feeding their people and giving clean water and stuff like that. So there's this massive international effort to get food and supplies to them. Is that an okay way of getting involved in domestic issues of other countries?
Yeah, trying to provide supplies for those that need it.
Okay, I'll buy that. I won't argue with that. So, on the other side of the world, you have Russia massing troops on the border with Ukraine, and it looks like they're about to invade. And you have the United States that are basically, saber rattling and moving troops into Eastern Europe and positioning them in case there's an invasion. And they're only putting them in their allied countries. They haven't engaged in any conflict yet, but it's clear that we're coming to a head here and something's going to happen. Is that level of domestic involvement in other countries acceptable?
I mean, I guess the thing is that it's important to, support the allies, but at the same, I would think that we should more or less be preventing the war instead of preparing for it to happen. Like, yes, if we can't find any way to prevent the war, sure, prepare for it, but maybe look for a way of preventing the war first.
Okay, so preventative actions, I'll buy that. One more scenario for you. A country is taken over by their military. So it's a legally elected government that's overthrown by the military in a coup. And that legally elected government kind of had a mixed bag of results when it came to human rights. They abused some of the people, and the guy was a bit dictatorial. So a military comes in and takes over. Their own military takes over, kicks that guy out of power. Should the U.S. get involved there and support one or the other? Should it prevent the legally elected one from being kicked out? Should it support the army, the military that's coming in, because they're going to be less tyrannical to their people? How should that sort of thing be handled?
Well, I guess the thing is,
tough questions.
yeah. I mean, like, I don't really know if the U.S. should entirely be involved in that in any way.
And that's where a lot of people fall down. That's the side that they fall on, is kind of an isolationist mentality of, we shouldn't be involved. But then they say, well, you shouldn't have been involved in Tonga. You shouldn't have been involved in the Ukraine. We shouldn't be involved in other people's domestic issues. You need to take care of yours at home. So that's sort of where that topic expands and gets a little bit more fine-grained. It's tough to find the right answer to these.
Yeah.
So the last one in politics I wanted to talk about is, should there be term limits for U.S. senators? So just to set the scene here, the only office, federal office that has term limits is the president. And he only wound up getting term limits after Franklin Roosevelt was elected to a fourth term, and Congress put term limits on the president. None of the congressmen, none of the senators, members of the House of Representatives or anything, none of them have term limits. Should they have term limits? Should all politicians have term limits?
Probably, yeah. That way, you don't just have the same people over and over again.
Well, what's bad about that?
I guess if you have a pretty corrupt person, that's pretty bad, because you can constantly have them in office, and if a lot of people support them, well, it's not really fair to the others.
Okay, I'll buy that. I also, my take on it is the office of President of the United States, which is the highest elected office in this country, should be the standard. It should be setting the rules. It shouldn't be the exception to the rules.
Mm-hmm.
And when that's the only one that's an exception to the rule, it's a bit hypocritical on the part of our Congress.
Yeah.
And it's kind of disappointing that you have people, and these politicians, they pat themselves on the back when they've been in the same office for 30 years, 40 years. They get accolades for that. And when the country was founded, it was never founded with the premise of career politicians. The founding fathers, the principle that they founded this country on was citizens running the country. The average citizen coming in, doing their time, doing what's right for the country, and then moving on and going back to civilian life. And that's exactly the example that George Washington set. George Washington came in, did 2 terms as president, and then wanted to retire and go back to Virginia. And the politicians that we have nowadays are career politicians. The first thing a politician wants to do when they get in office is get reelected. That's the first thing they're worried about.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, you don't have politicians that are really out for the common good.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. Anyway, so we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to come back, and we have 3 different categories, only which I think we're going to pull questions from 2. And I'll decide which 2 when we come back from the break. So we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking some controversial debate topics. And there's two topics that people tend to avoid in places like work and fun areas and stuff like that because they don't want the conflict. We've talked about one of them already. That was politics in our last segment. The last one is religion, and we're going to talk about that now. So, one question, lead-off question here. Has religion become outdated in our society?
I don't entirely think so. Like, I definitely think it's important to believe in things, and I definitely think that some people sometimes need a higher power or powers or whatever you believe in. I feel some people might need that, and while yes, some of the concepts don't entirely seem the most logical in our somewhat logical society,
you mean the Earth isn't the center of the universe?
Anyway, I still think it's important for some people to have those beliefs, and philosophies so that maybe they can live better lives or that they just have something to believe in.
Okay. Are you a particularly religious individual yourself?
I'd probably say not. I'm Jewish and I celebrate Jewish holidays, but neither me nor mommy I've never really been to temple.
Right.
I don't know any Hebrew, really.
So does religion have a significant impact on your life?
Not entirely.
Okay.
Not really.
But you kind of leave it out there that it could be something important for other people and it could have a meaningful part in their lives.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll buy that. My take on it is kind of related to the next question. And for this one, I want you to put your history hat on because we don't want to just think about society today. We want to think about historically how it has been with religion. Has religion done more harm than good to society over the centuries?
Yeah, that's... So in history class, I've learned a lot about lots of religious conflicts. The Crusades were religious conflicts. I know that there were plenty of times where there's been genocide due to religion. And while, yes, religion does bring out a lot of good in people and it has good philosophies, in a lot of ways, religion has really come in conflict. Like, different religions have come in conflict with each other, and it's led to really bad stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you think of the Middle East. It's been called the Holy Land. It's for the merging of three of the Western world's major religions. There's been constant conflict. There's been millions of people that have died on the soil of the Middle East from the Crusades on through into the conflicts recently with the Israeli and Palestinians. People are dying constantly in the name of religion. You've had entire nations, Iran and Iraq went to war with each other. They were both Muslim nations of different sects that went to war with each other on religious grounds. I mean, it's difficult for me to look at all of the negative things that have come from religion. And that's literally just talking to major religions. It's not even talking about the cults, the cult religions that we've seen, the Jim Joneses out there, the David Koresh's out there, that brainwash people and take over their lives. Just the amount of suffering. Yes, granted, the churches out there do charitable work, and they help people, and, they promote peace, but there's so much suffering that goes along with religion. And even if you look fairly modern times, and you don't even have to look at the violence, you can look at the controversy with the Catholic Church and the child molestations that have come out of that, and the damage that's done. So for me, it's very difficult to look at this and think that religion has done more good than it has harm.
Yeah.
Because the harm that it's done has been horrific. Mm-hmm. You talk about the Crusades, when Christians marched into Jerusalem and took it in the First Crusade, they slaughtered everyone in there. They slaughtered Muslim, they slaughtered Jews, they slaughtered Christians that were in the city. They slaughtered so many people. The one quote from one of the historians was that the roads, the streets of Jerusalem ran,
red with blood.
Red with blood. The blood was ankle deep. And that was all in the name of religion. It's hard to make up for that. It's hard to patch stuff like that up,
Yeah.
So that's kind of my 2 cents on it. And I think you and I are kind of in agreement there that the bad was really bad.
Yeah.
The good's kind of just sort of,
there.
Yeah, it's just sort of nipping away at it a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah.
All right. The last 2 topics I have relationships and I have medical. Which one do you want to do?
We can chip away at relationships.
All right. So that's a pretty safe one to end on.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
There you go. So should arguments in a relationship be avoided or encouraged?
Honestly, if they're not inherently harmful, like you and I sometimes have short bickerings about completely random things, and it's kind of funny. I took my health benchmark today, and one of the questions was, what is a positive impact from conflict? And the answer out of everything was stronger relationships. And that made me think, conflict can actually strengthen your relationships with people. And I definitely think that I personally feel that relationships can give you a different perspective on various topics. And conflict with them can kind of bring that out. And while, yes, I definitely don't think that any kind of violent conflicts should be allowed in relationships, small debates kind of like what we're having, or just small arguments about things, can actually help to strengthen relationships. And while certain conflicts, yes, definitely should be avoided, I definitely think that having smaller arguments can give you a different perspective and even make you a better person.
And I think I agree with you 100%. I think arguments allow you to explore different aspects of the relationship. They can be intellectually stimulating. They can help you explore the personality of the people that you're having that argument with. And as long as it doesn't fall into the realm of domestic violence or, mental abuse or anything like that, having arguments, I think, is a healthy thing that helps build relationships. Nobody wants to be with someone they agree with all the time. That's just boring, right?
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm with you there. I think we're on the same page. And the last question that we're going to leave you with here is, should men and women have different roles in a relationship?
Honestly, I don't really think they need to. I think both can be proven to have both roles. Women can be the caregivers, but can also be the ones going out and getting the money. Men can also be caregivers while also going out and getting money. While yes, one might be better at doing one part than the other, I definitely think that both can do both roles in a relationship, and not just with a married relationship, just having a relationship in general. Both can more than likely do both parts. And I definitely don't think that either, while yes, there are, like I said before, there are things that one might be better at than the other, but I think both can suffice both roles.
I think for the most part, I agree with you there. I think there are areas that one gender excels at better than another, but that doesn't necessarily preclude the lesser proficient gender from taking on those roles as well. There's a compromise. You have to understand that everyone has to take on their role, has to do their part. And, mommy's much better at balancing the budget and doing the bills and the finely tuned nature associated with the organizational side of things. But that doesn't mean that I don't take part in that in some form as well. When she lets me, she tells me what I have to sign and I sign it, I'm trying to do my part. And I know that, the tech support side of things fall to me. So it's like, when I'm not here, mommy can still fix stuff. She's great at putting stuff together. You know that.
Yeah.
Much more patient with furniture than I am. But yeah, I mean, both sides can do and should do. You don't want one person in the relationship feeling as though they're being burdened by having to do an unfair amount of maintenance on the household or the relationship or whatever. So I agree. I think men and women can have different roles. They can have the same roles. To the society that we live in today is very different than it was in the 1950s. I came from a family, a very traditional nuclear family where the mother was the homemaker, the father went to work, and those two sides never mingled, and there was resentment from both sides. My father, I think, resented my mother because all of my brothers and I were so much closer to her because we were exposed to her all the time. And my mother resented the fact that my father had a lot more freedom than she had. My father would come home from work and he was done at that point in time. He didn't have to take care of the kids. He didn't have to cook. He didn't have to clean. And, my mother had a 24-hour job, except for when she was sleeping. She was taking care of the house, and my father never really appreciated that. Nowadays, it's difficult to do that when you have dual-income families and, the one member of the family is maybe in a professional line of work, and it's very different today. Mm-hmm. So you kind of have to adapt to it. So I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
So I think that's it. We're not going to come back with closing thoughts because I don't think it's kind of needed for this.
All right.
We did only get through really a fraction of the questions that I wanted to get through. So we're probably going to turn this into a 2 or 3 parter, I think, because I think this was actually very interesting and very educational and entertaining for me. Hopefully the audience feels the same way.
Yeah.
But before we do go, I would once again invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, etc., etc. I would also invite you to reach out to us. Give us your feedback. Give us your show topic suggestions that you'd like us to tackle. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have an Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription. We would love it if you threw that our way. It helps us out. You can also find audio versions of this podcast on the web itself at podcast.insightsintoteens. Video versions of the podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before, and we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate a sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know. I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure. Yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having 3 major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got 3 pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had 4 major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a fourth competitor into the market.
Mm-hmm. Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think, I don't know, I think about this with mobile companies especially. Like there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider. And I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly. Right.
And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they see monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. But they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity so they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin' Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation, and the corporation buys it for 500 Bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper, just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. You know, they were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utilities sector. Your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into an incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think that's a tough question to answer, because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about like something like Comcast, whose internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if, again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is, if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to...
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
No, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation, do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange, because this happened a few years back where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way or an efficient way for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah, and I mean, that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause, the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I could see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household. And it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider? Or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers? Because right now, cable is not considered a public utility. And there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely, because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation, because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. That was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forces them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country's done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little bit about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were
Oil,
locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, 2 additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the 2 antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. The same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws, you've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody, and when you have things like information leaks, and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time, where people's personal data gets leaked, and I think that is a huge problem that should be more harshly punished, and I think that would come with a more modern look at antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy, because it's a social network, right?
Yeah.
So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines, because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies and stuff like that, but I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. They had a philosophy of, well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode. I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called The 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah. And it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video, and Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple, and they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they could make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better than that you're not a monopoly because, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, let's stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, it's history in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
And I think that's kind of the point here is that's capitalism. Mm-hmm. That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. You know, I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had just in our area probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. Mm-hmm. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said, without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs. slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's
to what's
probably
happening.
would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is being having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt, and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening. And as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with a very high IPO. The news. This is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success, and that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they just, when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce. But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights Into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about, first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account. I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future and even to a certain extent the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge. Yeah. So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, blew people's minds and they thought it was going to give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually will hopefully they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
If you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all the businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first
competition
place.
In quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing, because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store, and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up, and they started out selling books at first, and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything. Mm-hmm. And now, not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like Walmart out of business because they can sell it cheaper than Walmart. Yep.
And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music. Yeah. They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com. Mm-hmm. They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they have to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. You know, they could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, mm-hmm. which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the government, the U.S. government should step in and then do it because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, but the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up, I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps, that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work, or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our Diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, but like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them?
Right. And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics, and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, and mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it? I
mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of, we studied a lot of around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's, like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me, and I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question, right? And I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life, and what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet, probably. If you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's true.
You cannot buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us, have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's WALL-E. They're going to become by and large. We're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other, that's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 134, Busting on Bob. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my stylish and fashionable co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I am well. How are you?
I am doing well as well. So today is Thursday. We are past the midpoint of the week.
Oh, thank God.
Well on our way to a rapidly approaching weekend.
Yay! Of nothing.
No, I got to rewire the media rack downstairs.
Oh, yeah. Good luck to that. That was supposed to be a Christmas endeavor.
It's a long, drawn-out project.
Yeah, well.
Multi-stage.
Yeah. You'll get to it.
Someday we'll get it. I got all the parts now. I think
right.
we're
Now you have all the parts. So.
Well, I'm missing two more parts, but they'll be here by the weekend.
Good luck with that.
But that's not what we're talking about today.
Nope.
Today on our Disney Detective, Disney CEO Bob Chapek has a new strategy for Disney, but the fans agree. And guests show distaste for Bob Chapek at Magic Kingdom with giant signage. I can only imagine. Because, we all love Bob Chapek here.
We sure do. Almost as much as Rian Johnson.
That's right. In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Disney, Lucasfilm, and First joined forces once again, plus Disney Plus's new Star Wars series, The Book of Boba Fett, hasn't caught on with the audience quite like The Mandalorian did. We have some statistics on that, which very revealing.
Mm-hmm.
Then for our entertainment news, Britney Spears fans have a new purpose, freeing Nichelle Nichols from her conservatorship. And news from this year's Golden Globes that was odd. just odd.
Yeah.
And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. Before we get to all that exciting stuff, I do want to appeal to our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. We are listed, our audio versions are listed as Insights into Entertainment. Our video versions of all the network's podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, etc., etc. I would also invite you to contact us, give us your feedback, give us your pop culture shows and not tournaments, conventions, tournaments too. If you have
any tournaments, why not?
You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on the Accursed Evil Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Big fan, by the way.
Yeah, I can tell.
We are also on Instagram, only slightly less evil, at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
All part of Meta.
Or you can find links to all those and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, we kind of are.
All right. I love the confidence. Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So it seems that Walt Disney Company CEO Bob Chapek sent out a memo to Disney staff members on Monday that outlined 3 new strategic pillars for the company, according to The Hollywood Reporter. And the 3 pillars that he outlined were storytelling excellence, innovation, and relentless attention to the audience. What he said was, I believe our mission for this year is clear. Set the stage for our second century and ensure Disney's next 100 years are as successful as our first, he said. Right now, their behavior tells us and our industry that the way they want to experience entertainment is changing, and changing fast thanks to technology and the pandemic. Chapek wrote, "We must evolve with our audience, not work against them. And so we will put them in the center of every decision we make." Chapek also thanked employees who had worked from home offices, studios, or theme parks, and those working who had been working from the offices, the studios, and the theme parks, and those who were working from home while balancing childcare needs. Chapek added that long-term goals to provide greater flexibility, suggesting that the company could adjust its in-office plans in the future. But the reaction from most Disney fans' mission kind of left them a little skeptical. According to Inside the Magic, for example, some said that they were offended by the focus on the audience when Disney has obviously been increasing prices all over the place. And this is something, there have been a couple of different articles that have come out talking about the price increases, and we're not even talking about just the theme park tickets. People now are noticing that the food prices within the parks have gone up. Now, granted, maybe in some cases it's only gone up 25 cents, but for other items it's gone up $2 or $3. So, a churro was already kind of pricey at $6 and now it's $7 for a churro. Or a bottle of soda is almost like $6 for a little, one serving where you could go and buy a 2-liter, for the same price outside of the park. So it'll be, the intentions are great that he wants to put the guests first, but unfortunately, as we've been talking about for a while now, I've lost count of, it seems like he's lost sight of the guest and the guest experience.
Well, I look at the 3 pillars. So we have storytelling excellence, innovation, and relentless attention to the audience. And I think of that 3rd pillar, and I can't help but think of like a thief, a burglar.
Yeah.
And the first thing that they do is they case the place that they're going to hit. They follow the victim. They learn the victim's pattern so that they can steal their money or steal their valuables and get away with it. And I can't help but think that, well, this is really what Chapek's talking about, is relentless attention to the audience is, let's figure out how we can take their money as pleasantly as possible and make them like us for it.
Right.
Because that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah.
So, and I can't help but look at the, picture that they put up on the website here and think, wow, he looks remarkably like Kingpin.
I was going to say Lex Luthor.
Or Lex Luthor. I mean, he looks like a villain. He looks like a superhero villain.
He doesn't, yeah.
And I think his actions speak volumes to support that.
Yeah.
That feeling, too. Anyway, let's stop busting on Bob and go to the next story to bust on Bob.
Yeah, so this was kind of funny. So a guest showed some distaste for Bob at Magic Kingdom with a giant sign. So let's try this again. While Walt Disney World, Disneyland, and the international Disney parks are incredibly fun and immersive places to spend a vacation, this doesn't mean that the most magical place on Earth is free from controversy. So, as has been covered by the Inside the Magic website, and many other Disney guests have, talked about how passionate and, they are for, things about the attraction and products and restaurants, that they just don't approve of. And obviously, most notably, is the new Disney Genie and Genie Plus and the Lightning Lane services, as many of the guests don't want to pay what it costs to use these new services, and they actually prefer the older ones better. So one of the most controversial things happening within Disney's company right now is obviously Bob Chapek. He took the role of Chief Executive Officer in February of 2020, right before the entire world shut down due to COVID, and obviously many guests just don't approve of him, as they see him as a profit-driven, penny-pinching corporate guy rather than an imaginative and exciting visionary. While many blame Chapek for the problems Disney World and Disneyland are both facing, like the Galactic Star Cruiser and the closure of the NBA experience at Disney Springs, it is important to remember that a lot of these issues were already taking place or were developing while former Disney CEO Bob Iger was in charge. Chapek has even come out saying that he does not like being called a cost cutter and does not see himself as one. Regardless, many Disney guests do not approve of him and his approach to the Disney parks. And that, as we've mentioned, they have been, they have the petition to try and get rid of him. So now guests even notice a public display of disapproval at the Run Disney Marathon event that happened over this past weekend. In a tweet by Imagine Ears, a sign saying, "You run Disney better than Chapek" could be seen as runners were passing by down on Main Street. It's important to note that signage like this is actually prohibited at Walt Disney World, and that the sign was most likely removed from a guest very quickly. But enough people got pictures of it and then we're posting it all over the place. And obviously another controversial event taking place is in the Disney sphere. And this is what we've, been talking about, is that the Galactic Star Cruiser, that, it's the hotel experience that's over $5,000 for just 2 nights. So we're getting close to the launch of that. So that'll be interesting to see how that happens. But it was kind of funny that at the marathon, that the runners could run Disney.
Good for them.
Better.
Good for, what? Give them hell. That's the only way that you can make change.
Absolutely.
You have to let Disney know that you're unsatisfied with the direction that he's taken the company.
Yeah.
They're nosediving the company. And it's not even like they're taking it into uncharted territory. They're doing exactly what they did back in the 90s. Mm-hmm. And why, after that abject failure of a decade, would they continue to want to go back down that path? Mm-hmm. They finally got to the point where people were coming back. They were enjoying things. They were making money hand over fist.
Right.
And now they're going to go back down that route because, Lex Luthor wants to run the company into the ground.
That's a new name now.
I mean, it's a sin because you have so many people that were dedicated fans of the company that are now so turned off by it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
The other thing that's really disappointing is everyone and their brother is now busting on Chapek and Disney, and I don't have much ammunition to really even get into and get worked up over on the show anymore.
Because you agree with everybody
I do.
now.
It's like, okay, I got an army of people out there now that I've recruited that are going to do my bidding for me.
Instead of being part of DVC, now we're part of the
anti-DVC.
The anti-Bob.
That's right.
VC or whatever.
The busting Bob cartel or
something like that. I'm sure we'll have a name soon.
we'll send that over to the marketing department.
There you go.
So that was all we had for our Disney Detective for this week. Mm-hmm. We'll be back in a minute with our tales from the edge of the galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. And let me push the button because I didn't push the button because I didn't flip the screen.
Oh my goodness.
I was too busy patting myself on my back for my script writing to do my job. Sorry. Anyway, this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, as soon as I find my mouse cursor here, I got 6 screens here, so I lose it frequently. Anyway, Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. Disney, Lucasfilm, and First joined forces once again. This comes from StarWars.com. For over 3 decades, First has been building a movement to introduce millions of young people to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, preparing them for the future, developing confidence, and inspiring them to be the leaders of tomorrow. And for more than 20 of those years, Disney has been a proud sponsor of First, further providing today's youth with inspiration, access, and opportunity through STEM. This year, Disney and First will continue to bring more hands-on learning opportunities and mentorship to youth, empowering them to not only think big, but to develop the skills needed to become the next generation of heroes and innovators, and lifting them up as forces for good. Now, Disney, Lucasfilm, and First. Are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, you gave me a weird look.
No, go.
Okay. Now, Disney, Lucasfilm, and First are proud to announce Build the Future, powered by Star Wars Force for Change. Build the Future will give First teams around the world an opportunity to amplify their unique stories as thinkers, innovators, and forces for good, and to demonstrate the use of their STEM skills, gracious professionalism, and global citizenship while off the field. Most impactful stories will be featured in an upcoming First multimedia campaign together with Disney and Lucasfilm. We're thrilled to be shining a spotlight on First students and their stories through Build the Future, said Linwin Brennan, Executive Vice President and General Manager at Lucasfilm. Our future technologists, engineers, and change makers, today's students, hold the promise of enacting real change and creating a brighter future for all. Their creative, groundbreaking ideas will help our society confront increasingly complex challenges, from health and hunger to climate and clean water. Chris Moore, the Chief Executive Officer of First, goes on to say, "We're grateful to have innovative partners in Disney and Lucasfilm helping to grow our impact. Disney has provided our organization with invaluable financial and creative support for more than 2 decades. Their call for us to be forces of change, combined with our deep commitment to the First core values, has inspired our community to build a better future through innovation and inclusion in their hometowns and around the world. With Build the Future, we look forward to sharing our students' incredible ideas and stories." As a First strategic partner focused on reducing barriers to underrepresented, underserved youth, Disney and Lucasfilm, through the Star Wars Force for Change philanthropic initiative, provide financial support as well as mentorship and storytelling opportunities to inspire, strengthen, and diversify interest in science and technology careers. Their commitment to providing opportunity to more youth worldwide has expanded, with the new investment now reaching more regions than ever before, including Japan, Chile, Turkey, South Africa, Germany, and more. In 2021, with funding provided by Disney, First will be able to deliver STEM program access to more than 51,000 students in underserved and underrepresented communities. Now, this one kind of hits home for us because
absolutely,
our daughter is a avid STEM student as well.
Yep.
Now, I don't think her school is part of any of the First programs at this point in time.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
But there's a number of different organizations out there that support, STEM education. And I think all of them are worthwhile because that's really where the future of our students are. It's these programs that help to not only educate the kids, but to inspire them. And as much as I bash on Disney, I can't help but compliment them on their support for these things.
Yeah, if you go to the website, there's a nice little video with a bunch of different Star Wars actors basically talking about the program and saying, hey, you know, apply and you know, send your ideas and you could be, you know, one that's picked for this. So it was nice to see. And, you know, again, because our daughter is very much a STEAM kid.
Well, and it's funny because one of the things that she had done as part of a science and engineering project previously was how to apply math in careers. Mm-hmm. And you had to pick, I think, was it 5 careers or 10 careers or something like that?
Something like that.
And how you would apply math to it. And I thought that was really a great way to get kids to understand that you're not just sitting in class churning these numbers. These numbers mean something in the real world.
Right.
So let's figure out what they mean and what kind of career you can have. And one of the careers that she had picked to profile was Disney Imagineer.
Yep.
And we went through, and I think the example we used was a roller coaster and how you're going to use math to calculate the forces and the angles and the speeds and all that stuff.
We also happened to be on vacation in Disney at the time, too.
It definitely did help.
So it kind of helped, yeah.
But, you know, it's things like that that it's the inspiration. It's not just the knowledge, because if kids aren't into what they're doing and they don't want to learn, they're not going to learn. They'll remember things because you're going to drill it into their head. But the spark of inspiration has to be there for them to really want to learn.
Yeah.
And it's organizations like FIRST and in their partnership with Disney to really do that. And they do a very good job with that.
Yeah.
So next we have a story about my insightful pick from last week. And sounds like other people seem to share my opinion of it. So Disney's new Star Wars series, The Book of Boba Fett, hasn't caught on with audiences as quickly as The Mandalorian. This one comes from the Business Insider. Disney's latest Star Wars live-action series, The Book of Boba Fett, debuted on December 29th. In the nearly 2 weeks since then, it is yet to catch on with audiences the same way that Disney Plus's first live-action Star Wars series, The Mandalorian, did during the same time period. Parrot Analytics provided audience demand data for both series, showing that while they had similar pre-release demand, The Mandalorian significantly increased in popularity following its debut compared to The Book of Boba Fett. Now, audience demand accounts for the engagement with and interest in or overall popularity of a TV series. During their first 11 days of availability, demand for Mandalorian was 75.5% higher than The Book of Boba Fett in the U.S., according to Parrot Analytics. Globally, the demand for the former was 101% higher than the latter. The Mandalorian, which premiered in November 2019, was the #1 most in-demand show both in the U.S. and globally during this time period. The Book of Boba Fett has been the 12th most in-demand show in the U.S. and 18th globally. Disney's developing a dozen new Star Wars shows for its streaming service, including Obi-Wan Kenobi, while its theatrical movies have gone on hiatus. A planned Rogue Squadron movie from Wonder Woman director Patty Jenkins, which we talked about on this show, was scheduled for release next year and has been delayed. It's a far cry from Disney's initial plan of a movie per year when it first relaunched the franchise with Force Awakens in 2015. It's safe to say that the future of Star Wars is TV, and the definition of success for the franchise in its new streaming age could evolve. The Book of Boba Fett has enjoyed rapid success. The Book of Boba Fett hasn't enjoyed rapid success in the way The Mandalorian did, but demand for it is still in the top 0.2% of all shows, according to Parrot Analytics. And to think, I actually did a read-through of this earlier, too. You think I would have gotten this.
Yeah.
Anyway, tough day. The Mandalorian was helped by the Baby Yoda character, which grew into a viral sensation, of which we partook. The Book of Boba Fett stars a fan-favorite character from the original Star Wars film trilogy, but that might not be appealing to new or casual fans of the franchise who subscribe to Disney+. The Mandalorian also had the benefit of being a launch title for Disney Plus and was its only blockbuster original series for more than a year. Reviews for the Book of Boba Fett have been solid. The show's first episode received 83% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes, and its second has a 100% score. The third episode actually debuts today. The Mandalorian has an average 93% critic score for its first 2 seasons, which is exceptionally high for a television show. On a macro level, it's not storytelling. It's not telling the most compelling story. But the show is packed with enough charming little details and moments that it's enjoyable to watch, the AV Club's review of the Book of Boba Fett said. And I think these numbers and that review kind of support my thoughts from last week.
Mm-hmm.
It's a show about a character that was endeared to a lot of people from the original series.
Mm-hmm.
But the character had a very conclusive ending to his story.
Right.
And has been resurrected. And I think a lot of people were confused about why he was resurrected.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of the problem with the first 2 series is it's not telling a compelling story.
Right.
The first 2 episodes give you so much. I mean, it's 70% flashbacks.
Right.
And they're flashbacks that could have been told as part of The Mandalorian when he shows up in The Mandalorian. Part of the problem I think they ran into is they did so much foreshadowing in The Mandalorian because they introduced Boba Fett in the first season when you see him walking up the Fennec Shan.
Right. But you don't know that it's him, but you know it's him.
So they kind of hyped and hyped and hyped and hyped.
Right.
And then in the last episode of The Mandalorian, you get a cutscene with him taking over Jabba's empire. And even for a diehard fan like me, it left me scratching my head.
Right.
Like, you're a bounty hunter. Why do you want to be a crime lord? You don't have an organization. You have one assassin friend of yours. You don't know how to manage. Like being a crime lord is not, I don't want to.
You don't just fall into it.
Right, it's a tough job. You go to school for that. You need a 4-year degree, But it's more complex than just waking up one day and decide that I'm going to be a crime lord.
Right. You don't just go and take out especially when you haven't been around
exactly
in so long. You've been in the shadows. Now, I will say we have not, the third episode dropped yesterday. We have not watched it yet, but I've seen various people.
Oh, that's right. Today's Thursday, not Wednesday.
Yeah. Various people with the hashtag not my Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So a lot more people, I think, after this week's episode are like...
I had a couple people in my Star Wars guild watch it and kind of not give spoilers away, but basically say it was the worst one yet.
Okay. So... And I think... basically like you said and what they were talking about, I think with The Mandalorian, the biggest thing with that was we didn't know who anybody was.
Right.
Everybody was a surprise. And then the end of the first episode, freaking Baby Yoda.
Yep.
And and they admitted that they didn't want to release toys beforehand. They wanted to wait, and and that was so smart of them. And I think the problem with Book of Boba Fett is everybody knows everybody.
But you see, and I would even go so far as to say, even if Mandalorian didn't have Baby Yoda, it would have been as successful.
Oh, absolutely.
Because right up until that point, you introduced a brand new character. Nobody knew anything about it.
Right.
And everybody instantly fell in love with
Right.
him.
It could have been a baby, whatever.
Right.
The package could have been...
Well, and nobody was expecting it to be a baby because they tell you right off the bat that he's 50 years old.
It's 50 years old. It could have been, whatever.
But that opening scene of the show.
Right.
Where it was the spaghetti western music. He walks into the cantina.
The guy gets chopped in half.
The guy gets chopped in half with it. I mean, it clicked on all fronts. And you automatically have this just rugged, badass looking guy who, You know, it was that Han Solo, sorry about the mess, throw a coin on the bar type thing.
Right.
And it was everything that you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, right down until he teams up with the assassin droid, and he's on the E-web and he's blasting the door. Like, everything clicked.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they just went over the top with Baby Yoda and won over everyone else.
Right.
So I think no matter what, it would have been successful without it, because it was a new character. You knew nothing about him, and now you're going to go on his journey and take that journey with him.
Right.
Everyone that he met in that first season was somebody new that you never knew. You met them, and they added to the story.
Right.
Boba doesn't need a series.
Right.
Boba never needed a series.
And the only thing I can think of is with all the flashbacks and whatever, that's going to lead up to why he decided to be a crime boss. I don't know. It just...
I'll tell you right now, if they want to save this season, okay, they need to have a flashback with him fighting Vader. That is the only way that you can even bring Luke Skywalker back for this, and it's not going to cut it. He needs to have a flashback of him fighting Vader, and that gets him to some point to make him want to be a crime lord.
Okay. Well,
that's it. If Vader doesn't show up, this season is a failure.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well.
Anyway.
We'll have to watch and see.
I'm glad to see that I'm not the only one who's questioning the motivations of the show.
Yep.
That's it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be right back with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So it seems that Britney Spears fans now have a new purpose, freeing Nichelle Nichols from her conservatorship. Coming to us from BuzzFeedNews.com, the article talks about how a bunch of protesters actually were out saying, we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that there's a lasting change for not just Britney, but for Nichelle, and for everyone who is trapped in this corrupt system. The chants outside the downtown Los Angeles courthouse were familiar, but this time they weren't talking about Britney Spears. Free Nichelle Nichols. Isolation is abuse. Hey, hey, ho, ho. The conservatorship has got to go. So on Monday afternoon, a group of just about a dozen Free Britney supporters and fans of Nichelle Nichols, who became a Star Trek legend for her portrayal of Uhura, marched around Stanley Mosk Courthouse to raise awareness about the 89-year-old actor's situation. Since 2018, Nichols has been living under what they believe is another abusive conservatorship that has allowed her son, Kyle Johnson, to take control of her life and finances and decide who she sees and where she lives. We're going to do whatever we can to shed light on the issue and to make sure that there's lasting change, not just for Britney, but for Nichelle, but everyone else who's trapped, said the Free Britney LA organizer Kevin Wu, who spoke with BuzzFeed News. Known for her trailblazing role as Lieutenant Uhura in the original series that first aired in the 1960s, Nichols is now living with dementia, a condition that has made her susceptible to exploitation. Johnson claimed in his original petition to place her under the court supervision, but her longtime friend, Angelique Fawcett, a producer and actor, had argued that Nichols was able and is able to manage her affairs with help from an assistant, and that Johnson is not acting in her best interest. So instead, Fawcett says Johnson moved his mother out of her Woodland Hills home to New Mexico against her will, sold her property against her wishes, and isolated her from her friends. She points to the troubling 2019 recording of Nichols screaming at Johnson to get his hands off of her, and a disposition from a former conservator who raised concerns about him having control as proof that he is unfit to take care of his mother. "You're trying to get rid of me," Nichols cries at her son in the recording. "You just can't come and take somebody's home and money just like that. Hey, it's mine. Sorry, you're old. You're almost dead anyway, so I'm taking it," Fawcett had told BuzzFeed News. "Look at all these amazing old people who are out there doing things. They're living the life till they last drop, and that's really what I'm fighting for Nichelle." So during a hearing on Monday, a Los Angeles County Court judge overruled Fawcett's objections to Johnson's final accounting report from his mother's conservatorship, which is now under the jurisdiction of a New Mexico court, finding that she did not have standing to lodge her complaints, that they did not pertain to a specific line item in the report. So the article goes on and talks about the different lawyers going back and forth. And basically, at this point, it's kind of up in the air. They had a couple of different fans that showed up, and the one person said, that being the fan who happens to be Black and Latina said, growing up, this was someone she could look up to, a powerful, Black woman in a powerful role on television, and that, she just doesn't feel that she's getting a fair case, that she's kind of being a slave, in this situation, and that, people should take this to heart and care about it. So,
well, it's funny. This kind of took me by surprise, because I didn't realize that she was under a conservatorship. Mm-hmm. Nor do I really understand what the purpose of conservatorships are, mm-hmm. or the legal ramifications. But if the allegations are true, it's unfortunate.
Right.
She's a groundbreaking legend, mm-hmm. in her industry and the things that she's done. And if she's really being treated the way that the allegations state that she is, mm-hmm. that's a shame, and something needs to be done about it.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, if she is living with dementia, how far gone,
right.
is she at this point in time, and can she support herself?
Exactly.
And,
but
I guess my point is if anything, the system itself needs to be revised to the point that you have more qualified people making independent analysis, mm-hmm. on an ongoing basis.
Right.
Making a ruling once and having it stand for decades probably isn't the best way for something like this. There has to be a review process.
Right.
I mean, hell, even people who are in jail are up for parole periodically and get reviews.
Right.
It's the least that you can do.
Right. And that's the whole thing. What it kind of sounds like is with these conservatorships, until somebody fights against it, it's kind of like there forever. It almost
sounds like that's really where the problem is with the system.
Like it almost sounds like it's a power of attorney type.
Right. And I'm sure that there's a legitimate purpose to these. I mean,
right. Or else they wouldn't have them.
If you look at what was happening to Britney Spears, mm-hmm. when she came on the conservatorship, I don't think there's very many people in the world that would say it probably saved her life.
Right.
So, but it's one of those things that, okay, I'm young and stupid now.
Right.
In 10 years, maybe I'm mature enough that we need to reevaluate. But is it every 10 years you evaluate? Is it every year? Like, there has to be something in there to protect people.
Right.
Anyway, let's talk about something even more odd than conservatorships, the Golden Globes.
Yeah, so until Sunday night, I had no idea that they were even going on. So live from Twitter, and press release blasts, it's the 2022 Golden Globes. So with no live stream or cable broadcast, victory-lapping celebs, cringe-worthy host jokes, completely pointless performances, red carpet peacocking, or even press, the show, somewhat, still went on. So despite a scandal regarding its lack of diversity, the Hollywood Foreign Press Association went forth with announcing winners for the best in TV and film on Sunday, eschewing the normal chaos for a toned-down live announcement, mainly since no network would air the spectacle. That means a very small number of people who typically watch, last year's ratings were actually abysmal, were forced to simply imagine Ricky Gervais's smack-talking and A-list cleavage while spending yet another pandemic night in. Things may look a little different this year, read a very understated tweet from the official Golden Globes account, as its private affair at the Beverly Hilton in Beverly Hills, California began. So the film, The Power of the Dog and West Side Story scored top honors for the night, winning Best Motion Picture in Drama and Musical or Comedy. Nicole Kidman won for Being the Ricardos. Will Smith won for King Richard for Best Actor and Best Actress. And this was Smith's first Golden Globe win despite being nominated 6 times. In the drama category, Rachel Zegler won for West Side Story, and Andrew Garfield for Tick, Tick, Boom in a musical or comedy categories. As for television, Hacks and its star Jean Smart were victorious with Best Television Series, Musical or Comedy, and Best Actress, which marks her first Globe win, and Jason Sudeikis won for Ted Lasso for Best Actor. In the drama category for television, Succession won Best Television Series, and its star Jeremy Strong scored the win for acting. And Pose actress Michaelina J. Rodriguez made history as the first trans actress ever to win a Golden Globe, and it also marked her first win.
Wow, that's very interesting.
It's amazing how normally when the Golden Globes are on, it's like a 3-hour show, and it took me less than 5 minutes to go through all of that. So really, they could have just tweeted, every minute.
I'll be
I know
perfectly honest
you don't
with
care.
you. I don't.
I know.
I couldn't muster enough care to even go through and read that before the show.
Good thing you didn't have to.
I kind of feel the same thing about all award shows.
I know.
These actors, I think they're pretty well compensated. Mm-hmm. They probably don't need any more glad handing or people patting them on the back at this point.
And that's what it kind of makes you wonder now during all of this. What's the point of it?
It's basically to make really rich people feel better about themselves. And I'm sorry, but there's other thing. There's paint drying that needs to be watched that deserves more attention than these shows.
Sure.
And we have grass that grows that deserves to be watched more than these shows do. So.
Sure.
And, it's probably, toxic for me to say something like that on an entertainment
podcast. Right.
I'll be happy to watch the movies and review the movies. Mm-hmm. I just can't get into award shows. I really can't.
Well, and I think part of the award season is for those that, I didn't see that, but it got, it won for the award. Maybe it's something worthwhile to
So all I need is a
see.
list.
Right.
You can have your award show, have your dinner, do all that stuff.
And that's what they did. They
don't preempt my TV shows in order to do it.
And they didn't this time.
And that's what's perfect.
Right. So
I'm perfectly happy with this format.
Right. So this was your perfect way of doing it.
Yep. This is ideal.
Okay.
Keep it on Twitter or some other social network that I don't worry about, and that's perfect for me.
Sure.
And that's all we had for our entertainment news. I busted on the Golden Globes more than I busted on Disney today. That's pretty bad.
Well, because you agreed with all the busting of Disney. So
that's true. Yeah. Anyway, we'll be right back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So speaking of Tick, Tick, Boom. That was pretty good, right? I was like, no, it's over there. No, it's over there. Of Tick, Tick, Boom. This happens to be my insightful pick of the week. I actually had watched this during the holiday break. It was something that popped up on Netflix, and I had heard about it, and I was like, okay. So on the brink of turning 30, a promising theater composer navigates love, friendship, and the pressure to create something great before time runs out. Based on the autobiographical musical by playwright Jonathan Larson, it's the story of an aspiring composer in New York City who is worried he made the wrong career choice while navigating the pressures of love and friendship. So, Tick, Tick, Boom is a 2021 American biographical musical drama directed by Lin-Manuel Miranda in his first directorial debut. Written by Stephen Levinson, it is based on the stage musical by the same name by Jonathan Larson, a semi-autographical story about his writing a musical to enter the industry. So to give a little background of who Jonathan Larson is, anybody that's into theater would know him. He is the writer and composer of Rent. And unfortunately, he passed away within hours of Rent opening up on Broadway. He spent, most of his life trying to get a Broadway show, to get something. He wrote a couple of different things. And the idea behind Tick, Tick, Boom is he's trying to get this one show produced, and they go through the workshops, and then unfortunately it doesn't work, but the ideas that he kind of has for it are, move on to the next show. And basically this becomes this and this becomes this. So you can see if it's something where you've ever watched Rent or saw Rent, you can see different pieces, of his life that kind of became it. And he kind of feels like, if he doesn't have something by 30, he's never going to be successful. Unfortunately, he didn't live much past 30, but he did become successful. It's very interesting. Andrew Garfield is spectacular in it. He does the singing and the dancing and stuff like that. Would have never thought, Spider-Man, did this. And there's tons and tons of Easter eggs throughout the movie. You can actually, go on YouTube and look for the Easter eggs of all these different Broadway stars who kind of, lend their little cameos to it. One of the interesting cameos is one of the characters is Stephen Sondheim, and they have an actor playing him in it. But at the end of the movie, Stephen calls and leaves a voicemail for Jonathan. And this was when Stephen was still living, and he had talked to Lin-Manuel, and he said, "Oh, we're gonna do this voicemail thing or whatever. Would you like to do it?" So it's actually Stephen Sondheim leaving the voicemail, and he actually told Lin-Manuel Miranda, I wouldn't say it like this. And he rewrote the script for it and did it. And then, unfortunately, not much after that, he had passed away, but he saw a preview of the movie and loved it and everything. So it was kind of nice to have the blessing, because for Jonathan Larson, Stephen Sondheim was like his idol. He wanted to be like him. So it was very, very nice to have that intertwined in the movie. So if you're a theater type of person, this would definitely be a movie that you'd be interested in seeing.
Okay, good pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week, full disclosure, is one that I'm not finished with yet. I'm about 86% through, according to my Kindle. And that's Leviathan Falls, the 9th and final novel in the Expanse series by James S.A. Corey. The biggest science fiction series of the decade comes to an incredible conclusion in the 9th and final novel in this Hugo Award-winning Expanse series with Leviathan Falls. The Laconian Empire has fallen, setting the 1300 solar systems free from the rule of Winston Duarte. But the ancient enemy that killed the Gate Builders is awake, and the war against our universe has begun again. In the dead system of Adro, Elvia Kuye leads a desperate scientific mission to understand what the Gate Builders were and what destroyed them, even if it means compromising herself and her half-alien children who bear the weight of her investigation. Through the wide-flung systems of humanity, Colonel Eliana Tanaka hunts for Duarte's missing daughter and the Shattered Emperor himself. And on the Rocinante, James Holden and his crew struggle to build a future for humanity out of the shards and ruins of all that has come before. As nearly unimaginable forces prepare to annihilate all human life, Holden and a group of unlikely allies discover a last desperate chance to unite all of humanity with the promise of a vast galactic civilization free from wars, factions, lies, and secrets if they win. But the price of victory may be worse than the cost of defeat. So, the books, if you're a fan of, because we profiled the Expanse television series on here as well. So if you're a fan of that, but haven't read the books, you're going to find there's deep similarities between the novels and the books, but they diverge at certain points. The current season of Expanse gets you up to about book 5, I want to say. 4 or 5, somewhere in there. This is book 9 in the series. This is after a large time gap. And it builds on the foundation of everything that came before it, and they do a very good job. I can't put this book down. Every chance I get, I'm picking it up to finish this book because it's such a well-written novel. And the heartbreaking thing is it's the last one in the series. It's been such a great series. I've read all the other novels, and it's just probably one of the best-written science fiction novel series I've seen in a very long time. And looking on the screen here, even George R.R. Martin writes, interplanetary adventure the way it ought to be written, and nothing can really summarize it better than that. Mm-hmm. The character development, the storytelling, the reinforcement of foundational things that happened back in book 1, and you don't have to go back and reread the books because they have these reoccurring themes, and it's such a well-supported book series on its own that it's definitely worth a read. And so far, it's a fitting finale to the 9-book series. Leviathan Falls available in hardback, digital ebook, pretty much anywhere you can get books now. And that's it for my pick. Mm-hmm. We'll be right back with stuff, but not the same stuff that we always do. So that's all we had today. Mm-hmm. We were going to do afterthoughts, but we didn't have anything new, so I didn't want to bother people with that. As we get closer, our first show coming up is going to be in March. As we get closer to that, we'll talk about that a little bit more, and we'll have more added to the calendar. But before we do go, I would want to once again invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to contact us, write in, Hit us on social media. You can get us on email at comments@insightsintothings.com.
On Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Video versions of the podcast can be found at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
And for links to all of our various places where you can find us, and even some information about each one of the hosts, you can go to our official website on www.insightsintothings.com.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 136. Downfalls of Teen Stereotyping. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my unique and kind co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay, I guess. As well as can be expected under the conditions, right?
Yeah.
How was your week this week?
So far it's been all right. Had, some good moments, bad moments.
Okay.
Annoying people, but you know.
Well, maybe we'll do a podcast about annoying people sometime in the future.
Maybe.
But today we're doing a podcast on teen stereotyping. So what is teen stereotyping? What are some of the common stereotypes? And what are some of the downfalls to stereotyping? We'll discuss this and more on this week's episode of Insights into Teens. But before we do that, I would want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Here we go. So what is stereotyping? So this definition comes to us from collinsdictionary.com, and they simply put it as a stereotype is a fixed general image or set of characteristics that a lot of people believe represent a particular type of person or thing. If someone is stereotyped as something, people form a fixed general idea or image of them. So that's assumed that they will have, that is assumed that they will behave in a particular way. So this was a topic that you kind of threw out there when we were looking for things to talk about. What kind of prompted this? Do you find a lot of stereotyping in your school?
I mean, I mainly find a lot of stereotyping kind of in teen media, because, like, I've seen a decent amount of teen movies where there's a ton of different kinds of stereotypes. And like, sometimes I also kind of went under the impression that, like, I even kind of identified myself with certain stereotypes until I started realizing, they were stereotypes.
Understood. So tell us, why do we stereotype?
So this part of this segment comes from blogshope.edu. Edu. Okay, so that's how you say that. Okay. So we think in terms of the categories we create from our experiences. Those categories clarify the world for us, but they also oversimplify it. At some point, those natural oversimplifications cross the line into stereotypes. We can't think without using our categories, which makes it difficult to know when our categories hinder rather than help our ability to make sense of things.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny that they define it that way, because human beings in general categorize everything. We like to put things in a nice little bins, and that's just how we deal with the world. And sometimes when it comes to stereotyping, it has a negative effect. Mm-hmm. Simply knowing about social groups can lead us to stereotype their members because we assume there must be something important that led to their common classification in the first place, something that makes them essentially alike. We see close up the individual differences among members of our own social groups, but those in other groups blur together in the distance into a homogeneous whole, everyone a minor variation on the same basic theme, or at best a, quote, exception, a way of acknowledging that someone doesn't fit your stereotype of your group without acknowledging that your stereotype might be wrong.
We also pick up stereotypes from the world around us. We hear stereotypical talk or see stereotypical things. Family, friends, school, work, church, the media, etc. There's a tendency for us to overestimate the extent to which people do what they want to do, and to underestimate the extent to which people do things that are prescribed by their social roles. Therefore, we see people in a particular role. We tend to assume that they are well suited for it, and by extension, not so well suited for other roles.
So what do you think is the most common stereotype that you encounter on a daily basis?
I would definitely say that there's like a decent amount of stereotypes that I've seen, and there's like stereotypes for all different kinds of people. But if I had to pick the stereotype that I encounter, that I see like the most being represented, I guess it would be like the smart kids or the nerds.
Right.
Since I'm kind of in a lot of more advanced classes, I typically tend to be around more nerdy kids.
That makes sense. I could understand that. One of the things that I notice from a professional environment, and I work in IT, and there's a massive stereotype around IT. And it doesn't matter what you do with technology. If you do anything with technology, you're perceived to be IT. Well, IT is a very specific segment of technology. So I run, our IT department. So we handle all the server maintenance, networks, computers, and all that. But I also manage our developers as well. And they're all grouped under IT, and development is probably the furthest thing from IT when it comes to technology because they're not very hands-on with the technology itself, and they're writing software. But they kind of get lumped in together. So even outside of the teen environment, when you get into businesses and different professions, you get stereotyping as well. And there's a, perceived behavior, oh, you IT guys, you don't socialize with people very well. And you guys are the smartest guys in the room. And you get a lot of stuff like that. And with most stereotypes, there's a certain grain of truth to the stereotyping that usually happens. And it's usually based on a very limited understanding of what someone has of that group. Have you ever been stereotyped yourself?
I've been stereotyped as a nerd. I literally remember my friend having the name nerds for me as in the term of candy because I was smart. And I guess I can kind of fit that stereotype, but just because I'm smart doesn't mean I'm a nerd.
So that's a very good point. So when you think of people calling you a nerd, what is your definition of a nerd? And do you exhibit any of the characteristics of what you define as a nerd?
Well, to me, I kind of find a nerd to be a little more on the extreme side of a lot of things. And I also don't really see just one defined nerd. There's several different types of nerds. I feel like nerd is kind of something where you're really good in one aspect of something. You're a nerd with technology, you're a bookworm nerd. I know that there's a lot, there are stereotypes for them, but I kind of see saying a nerd is kind of you're being a nerd at something that you're really smart with and really good with.
So do you find it offensive when people stereotype you like that? Or do you find that it inhibits their opinion of what you can and can't do?
I mean, when I do get called a nerd, I know a lot, and I know before it was pretty offensive to be called a nerd. And I don't inherently take any offense to it, but it's also not entirely the whole truth of my character. Just because I'm smart doesn't mean I act this one way, or that I'm just this one stereotype.
That's a very good point. Now, do you feel that when people stereotype you in front of others who might not know you, that it sets a preconceived notion and those people might be biased against you because of that?
I mean, that probably works with most stereotypes because having a fixed view of someone when you don't know their entire all of the every single part of them, yeah, it does definitely create some bias, and it's probably not just with me and being called a nerd, but it probably happens with other people. It just happens with other stereotypes.
Do you find yourself trying to combat that stereotype? Do you correct people? Do you try to show them that you're more than just what they stereotype you as when they do that to you?
I mean, yeah, I kind of say, well, I wouldn't really call myself a nerd, but okay. So, basically, I'd kind of, direct them away from calling me a nerd and, just calling me Maddie as opposed to just being a nerd.
Okay.
Because I like to see myself as an individual and not defined by a stereotype.
Good for you. Do you find that you consciously or unconsciously wind up stereotyping others or falling into the stereotypes that others have been classified as?
Well, I used to define myself as a particular stereotype known as the tomboy, aka a girl who prefers more boyish things, like I don't really like to wear dresses or dress fancy. I prefer hoodies, jeans, shorts, and t-shirts. And, I remember this one talk I actually had with Mommy when I told her that I was a tomboy. She said, well, I probably wouldn't call you a tomboy, you just like different clothing. And then, when I started learning more about stereotyping, I realized, yeah, like, I've noticed that there are a lot of girls who wear clothing like I do and don't really classify themselves as a tomboy. In fact, there's a decent majority of women who don't wear dresses, who have similar preferences to me, and it made me realize that being a tomboy is just a particular stereotype, because then I started realizing that, okay, well, the actions tomboys take, I don't really do, like,
beat up boys and stuff like that?
Well, like, basically, I don't really, like, do... Tomboys are kind of, like, supposed to be, like, really, like, messy and athletic, and I'm not really like that. Like, they always enjoy going outside, skateboarding, like, doing what boys do, basically. And I realized that I don't really do that.
Well, that was a fantastic attempt at not answering the question I asked. So let me ask the question again.
Sorry. I just guess I wanted to mention that.
So do you find that you have or you do actually fall into the habit of stereotyping, whether consciously or unconsciously, or fall into the trap of believing the stereotypes that others impose on people?
I try not to believe the stereotypes that other people put on others, and I never really try to do it myself. But I think unconsciously in certain instances, especially when people just annoy me, I kind of just insinuate some type of stereotype in them, but I don't really think about it all that much because most of the time I'm just annoyed and I don't really want to deal with them.
Okay, fair enough. Are labels a form of stereotyping, in your opinion?
Give me an example.
Well, if I label somebody a tomboy, or if I label somebody, you're a jock or you're a computer geek, does that label impose a stereotype on them?
I mean, yeah, it kind of does, because those labels also have generalized ideas of people. Like, if you say someone's a jock, yeah, that's kind of an imposed stereotype, like, oh, they're extremely athletic, they're not that good in school, like, it's kind of just the imposed jock. It's just what, like, the generalized idea of what a jock is. So, yeah, labeling people.
So if I label you a teacher's pet, does that impose a stereotype on you?
Probably, yeah, because, basically you are always super nice to the teacher, and, you're also supposed to be, smart, and the brains, and, the teacher is, yeah.
I'll buy that. That makes sense. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk about some of the typical teen stereotypes that you face on a daily basis. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about the downfalls of teen stereotyping. And now we're going to be talking about some typical teen stereotypes. And this comes to us from lifestyle.howstuffworks.com. So teens typically form cliques and subcultures based on different attitudes, style of dress, and tastes in music. And due to the tendency to create generalized stereotypes, especially among teens, here are some typical stereotypes teens are categorized in. The first one we have is geeks. A geek is normally obsessed with something. It might be computers or computer games, comic books, anime, Star Wars, or superheroes.
There's nothing wrong with being obsessed with Star Wars.
Or superheroes.
Or superheroes, yeah.
It may even be a school subject or activity. They're typically math geeks, band geeks, and drama geeks. Geeks usually aren't known to be very fashion conscious and may be introverted. They often do well in school, especially in subjects that grab them, such as science, art, or writing. They may limit their friends to only those with similar interests.
So do you consider yourself a geek?
I mean, by this definition, there is a decent amount that would probably fit me. I do have my own obsessions of certain things, and some of them might include school stuff. I'm not entirely sure. And I guess I am kind of considered a band geek.
Now you are.
Well, yeah. I'm not really fashion conscious for the most part, kind of just wear shirts I like.
Okay, like Billy Joel.
Sure. I'm more ambiverted, but I do kind of tend to lean to the introverted side.
Okay.
And I do tend to limit my friends to those that have similar interests for the most part.
Okay, so this one, from a general categorization standpoint, this one might fit you more than others. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess, but it doesn't really say everything.
It doesn't, and stereotypes are not designed to be in-depth biographical profiles of you. They're really kind of 30,000-foot snapshots.
Yeah.
So the next type that we have are jocks. Jocks seem to have been around forever. They're the teens who live for athletics. One big change from when you were a teen might be that this category isn't just for boys anymore. Many girls are jocks as well. Jocks tend to be popular, at least with many of their peers. Adults also tend to look on these students as leaders among their peers. Unfortunately, jocks are also badly known for becoming bullies and for win-at-any-cost attitudes. And a lot of times the number one jock person that you would see in high school is your high school football captain, your quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And they always tend to be looked upon as leaders. And I think a lot of times there's situations where that expectation just goes unmet for a lot of different reasons. So I'll raise the question to you again. Do you think you are a jock?
Yeah, probably not.
No.
I've never really wanted to join sports. The only sport I am a part of is marching band, and that I don't know if that really classifies as being an entirely jock thing. Apparently someone actually thought I could actually play football in my ELA class.
Well, maybe you can. You never tried.
I also do kind of also want to point out, the site actually mentioned this, and I did kind of relate to it. A lot of people think that the stereotypical jocks aren't actually very academically well and, are kind of, how do you put it? Dumb.
They're not academic overachievers, typically, is how they're viewed.
But the thing is, to actually even do sports, you have to do well in school.
And that's a fairly recent thing. When I was a kid, when I was in high school, academic achievement was not a requirement, and a lot of times the high schools who had very aggressive, we'll say, football programs would typically do things that were morally ambiguous when it came to kids' educations, and they would cheat on their tests and look the other way when they paid kids to get answers, and because money, football and stuff like that, athletics are major money makers for schools. So that's fortunately a lot of that has gone away at this point in time, and it happened probably more in college than it did in high school, because it was college ball is much more of a moneymaker for you. But schools would do questionable things at times, and over time they got caught doing that, and there were reforms, and there's rules in place now and stuff like that. What else do we have?
So next up we have outsiders. So there are 3 types of outsider groups that a teen might fall into. The socially challenged teen has trouble making friends and just doesn't fit in. The independent teen might be a floater, who has a variety of friends and feels no need to join any one group exclusively. The determined outsider actively rejects cliques and may even hang with fellow outsiders who form their own group. Outsiders are typically known for becoming targets of bullying.
So, I'll ask you again. Do you fit into this category?
Well, I probably wouldn't fit in with the socially challenged. I'm not entirely socially challenged, so I have friends.
Okay.
Probably the independent teen might be the closest. Determined outsider, I don't actively reject people, mostly.
Mostly.
But I don't join cliques or anything, but...
Okay, so this might not be a fit for you.
Yeah.
So far, we've only got one category that you seem to fit into. Okay, so the next one that we have are scenesters. These teens are ever eager to fit in. They're known to be dedicated followers of fashion or be devoted to a particular band, club, or style. They typically dress in tight, fashionable clothing, wear sunglasses, and sport wild but styled hairdos. Social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter are popular with many teens, but for scenesters, these websites are totally essential. Scenesters sometimes get labeled posers or wannabes. Okay, same question. Do you think you fit into this category?
Probably not. I don't really use social media at all.
Okay.
And I don't really do anything with my hair or my fashion sense, so...
By that, what's our next one?
The next one we have is the category that I typically am placed in, and those are the nerds. This type of teen is also known as the brains or teacher's pets. They're the first kids with their hands up, and they always have the right answer. They probably don't have the fashion sense of other groups, and they might prefer chess or hoops.
To hoops.
Or chess to hoops. Before, anyone who understood the mysteries of computers was considered a nerd. Now, due to a whole generation being computer savvy, modern nerds might be the ones who understand the science behind the technogliz. Nerds are smart, but they sometimes have a hard time socially. Many teens still think being academically gifted just isn't cool.
Okay, so you've been thrown into this category before. Do you think you fit into it based on that?
I mean, in my one class, I am like a constant kid who raises my hand because I know I have the right answer, and other people just are lazy and don't want to answer. Again, not really all that into the fashion sense, so that's true. I don't actually play chess, and I actually kind of prefer to do basketball over chess because I find chess... I don't understand chess, and I don't even know how to play it.
Okay.
I mean, I do understand computers. I've started kind of getting into how they work, since I'm in the engineering program, so...
Okay. So this might be another category that you fit into. So we found 2 possible stereotypes that you fit into.
Yeah.
And you'll see where I'm going when we're done here.
Okay.
So the next type that we have are mean girls. Mean girls are known for high heels, short skirts, and whatever the latest fashion is. They form exclusive cliques and are well known for gossiping. They also might be known as, quote, Valley Girls or Barbies. Mean girls crave popularity, often because they feel insecure, yet they have a hard time with genuine relationships. They cultivate frenemies, which are girls they hang with but secretly hate. Even their BFFs might be spurned tomorrow. Are you a mean girl?
I mean, I wouldn't say that. Again, not really into the latest fashion. I also find high heels looking incredibly painful, so I'm probably never going to be wearing those.
You and me both.
I don't really form cliques with anyone, and I'm not really entirely one for gossiping.
All right, so this is not a category that would describe you.
Probably not.
What's the last one that we have?
The last one we have is emo kids. An emo kid's emotions are normally reflected in their appearance, which may be black clothing, streaked bangs, or tattoos and piercings. They maintain a strict fashion sense while insisting on their individuality, which isn't an easy task. The emo style has its roots in punk culture, which tended to be more rebellious and goth. All of the groups shared an angst that most of these teens suffered at one time or another. The way emo kids speak their inner feelings might make them seem whiny, but that doesn't mean their emotions aren't heartfelt.
All right, and the same question goes out. Do you fit into this category?
I mean, probably not. I'm not really one to want to, be what I guess they're normally known as for being edgy or goth. I wear a lot of black clothing, but that's just because I like wearing sweatpants and a lot of my shirts are black.
Okay. So out of the categories that we've talked about here, 2 of them kind of fit your personality. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. We kind of complained about stereotyping because it was too general. Fitting into 2 of these stereotypes kind of expounds on who you are as an individual. Does being multi-stereotyped help to alleviate any of the concerns of stereotyping?
I mean, I'd say it helps, but it doesn't really help all the way.
Okay.
Still being labeled under multiple stereotypes is still stereotyping and can still have its negative effects.
And I would tend to agree with you. I think maybe it helps to better define you in general terms, but it's just more general terms.
Yeah.
The terms are still general. So it doesn't really, let people get to know who you are. And the problem that you find in social situations, especially in high school and stuff like that, is first impressions are very important. And if people's first impression of you when they first meet you and talk to you is to stereotype you, then that wasn't a very good first impression.
Yeah.
They didn't get to learn very much about you at all. You didn't demonstrate who you are. You kind of demonstrated some of the qualities that the stereotype they labeled you with is associated with. And it's unfortunate, but that's human nature. And a lot of people in social situations don't look to put your best foot forward in that first interaction. And then stereotypes happen. And when someone labels you as a stereotype, they kind of shut down at that point in time, and they're less open to who you really are. But we'll talk more about that in our next segment when we talk about why stereotyping is bad for teens. We'll be right back.
All right.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about stereotyping. And now we're going to get into the downfalls of the title by talking about why stereotyping is bad for teens. And this comes to us from
ParadigmTreatment.com.
Thank you. So most stereotypes about teens aren't true. While they might be true for teens in some cases, they're not a good way to describe all teenagers all of the time, kind of like we mentioned before.
Exactly.
While it might seem harmless to stereotype adolescents, the truth is that this type of behavior can be damaging to your teen's health. Take a good look at some reasons why stereotyping your teen can be damaging in many ways. So the first thing we have here is that you can create a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you tell yourself something over and over again, you begin to believe it. Once you believe it, you will find instances and examples that only reinforce your belief. Consider the current political debate. Whatever side you're on, you undoubtedly find plenty of references on the news that support your opinion. The other side has opposing information that you might ignore or disregard. In this way, confirmation bias causes your opinion to become more and more cemented over time. The same phenomenon occurs when stereotyping your teenager as moody, difficult, or full of angst. Rather than dealing with behaviors as they come up while appreciating the good things about your teen in between the poor behaviors, you might begin to identify your teen by his or her frustrating attitudes and actions. This will end up rubbing off on your teen, who will continue to live up to your low expectations. It creates a vicious cycle that is hard on not only your teen's psyche, but yours as well.
Yeah, and this kind of goes back to what we're talking about with labeling, is if you let somebody label you and tell you who you are, whether it's you call it a label or a stereotype, and you believe that, that instantly limits your potential and your capability, because you're never going to think you're anything other than what other people tell you you are. So doing that to someone else really is robbing them of opportunity.
Yeah.
And allowing someone to do that to you is limiting your ability to be whatever you want to be.
Yeah.
So the fact that you don't like stereotypes and you don't like labels, I think is fantastic. I don't think you should let anybody tell you who you are and what you're capable of. You're capable of anything that you want to do. And that's the most important takeaway from that one.
Yep.
So the next thing they talk about is you risk not taking mental health concerns seriously. When you characterize your teen's troubled behavior as normal because, after all, teens are difficult, you risk ignoring the symptoms of serious and potentially deadly mental health conditions. For example, if you believe that all teens are overdramatic and full of angst, you might not realize that your teen is suffering from social anxiety, severe depression, or even suicidal tendencies. Familiarize yourself with the symptoms of these mental health concerns. Something we try to do on this podcast is to bring awareness to these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
A teen who is crying a lot, socially withdrawn, and has a hard time getting out of bed in the morning might be dealing with depression, which can ultimately lead to suicide. If your teen is experiencing a racing heart or refusing to go to school, anxiety might be to blame. An adolescent who is very concerned with his or her weight might be developing an eating disorder. Knowing the difference between normal teen behavior and the signs that something is more serious is going on.
So your teen can also internalize your opinions. While your teen wants to be independent and grow up, they look to you for support and approval. Teens do want the approval of their parents, and most will try to avoid disappointing mom and dad the majority of the time. Even if your child rolls his or her eyes at your suggestions, it's likely that they're taking them to heart. They also take to heart negative comments made by you. Stereotyping your teen can make him or her feel bad about lower their self-esteem. Remember that as your teenager's parent, you are there to love them unconditionally and to see the best in them when others do not. If your child thinks that you don't see anything good about them, they might begin to feel that they're unloved or that something is wrong with them. This can lead to depression and anxiety. Talk to your teen about specific behaviors that need to change while also reinforcing the idea that you love them.
You could also perpetuate the stigma surrounding mental health. By classifying symptoms of mental health troubles as difficult behaviors, you're contributing to the stigma that mental health conditions already carry. Remember that if your teen is struggling with a mental health concern, treating it as though it's their fault does him or her no favors. They already feel bad and are stressed out. Don't add to it by labeling them as lazy, moody, overdramatic, or other negative attributes. Instead, talk to your teen about ways to decrease the stigma of mental illness. This will help not only your own child, but also his or her peers, some of whom will deal with mental health conditions. Help your teen understand the symptoms of various health concerns so that they can break the cycle of stigma among their own group of friends.
You also risk damaging your relationship with your teen. A good relationship with parents helps many teens avoid the pitfalls of drinking, using drugs, and having unprotected sex. Also, teens need their parents to help them navigate the journey of growing up into a responsible, productive adult. Stereotyping your teen by creating and believing negative stereotypes can interrupt that positive relationship. That can cause difficult feelings in your teen, which might lead them to self-medicating with alcohol or other substances. It can also lead to anxiety and depression. Learn how to communicate better with your teen so that you can foster a more positive relationship and stop stereotyping. Once you begin to see your teen for who he or she is, rather than as a stereotype, you'll begin to appreciate his or her positive qualities. So don't be afraid to ask for help. If you are not sure how to relate to your teen and improve your relationship, a family counselor is an excellent place to start. Ask your child's pediatrician or family doctor for a referral or recommendation. Work with the counselor on your own and also with your teen and other household members so you can communicate more effectively and strengthen your relationship.
No matter what your teen's going through, they'll be comforted knowing that you're standing by their side, and that will set the stage for a better relationship now and for many years in the future. So, understanding all those pitfalls there and having a better understanding of stereotyping, I'm going to honestly ask you, do you think mommy and daddy stereotype you at all?
No, I definitely think you guys encouraged me to be my own self, be an individual, and notice the unique attributes I offer. In fact, whenever I'm somewhat caught stereotyping myself or thinking that I'm one way, you guys always say, well, you're unique, you're different, and you encourage me to stop thinking that, kind of stop stereotyping myself.
Yeah, I think a lot of the topics that we've talked about on the podcast here are different forms of how we tend to stereotype ourselves. Overachieving, depression, anxiety, all these types of things, antisocial. These are all things that we tend to label ourselves with or stereotype ourselves with. And I think a lot of times we do it. I'm not sure why we do it to ourselves. I don't know if it's because we're trying to justify our actions, trying to understand our actions. But I think a lot of times when we do it with a biased eye towards ourselves. So having that outside perspective Now, yes, mommy and daddy love you unconditionally. We'll always be there to support you. We'll do what we can to protect you and make sure that you have the most that you can get out of life. But we're always